Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching. Everything is everywhere. Ah, Jesus. Is it even audio? Gonna have to start something here. Now you can kind of see them there. All right, there we go. Now it works. Yeah. It's weird how things just turn off by themselves, you know. You don't even know. All right. Well, what's going on, everybody? Let's see. I don't know if you guys have been seeing. Hey, look at there's 2 cents. Haven't seen you in a million years. Oh, good. 25. 25 is that good or bad? Because that would mean I'm trying to figure out if that lands. I think that's good because it lands on a an odd number, or you know. Yeah, an odd number, so then it that means it's still a yes. Yeah. All right. Well, we're just I was waiting. I was going to start the show when I got my first super chat, but I hadn't seen one yet, and I thought, oh man, this might go all the way into the next day. Well, that isn't actually true. I was arguing about a towel. I guess apparently my wife cleans the towels. Okay, she cleans the towels in the like in my bathroom. She'll come in and clean them, but I don't really think of it like that. I just use towels, and then today I threw one into the dirty clothes, and she had just cleaned it, and then she got really mad. But I didn't realize that she'd actually cleaned it. You know, I mean, I just grabbed it like I would normally grab a towel. Yeah. So I was trying to explain that I didn't know, you know. Yeah. Oh, there's one. Okay, there we go. Finally, we got one going here. Thanks, Sandy Shirley. I guess you guys are like that. That sucks. It's like a disaster, you know? Figure skating coach. Man, I remember you from a long time ago. Hey, thank you. And Shay. All right. Did you guys watch the 2 videos that I put out there today? I think I'm going to be on Court TV again tomorrow. I think. You know, who knows? But they asked me if I would do it. I don't know. Was my video out on Court TV from yesterday? And if it was, did you see the whining comments in there that say, you know, the same old comment about, I can't believe you had gray on, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I haven't seen that one yet where I keep hearing people talking about a shovel and it had certain kind of dirt on it. I haven't seen that one yet. Thanks, Leanne Bell. I think the DoorDash one is pretty crazy. Also, they said that the phone pinged in this other document I read. It said on like Paradise Ridge area. Well, look, there's a cell tower right there. So I wonder if that's what they're saying. But that has a 2.5 mile, 3 mile radius. Let's say it could also be this cell tower, but maybe they got it off of this one, and that would match perfectly with the car driving around on that road. This is where I had him coming out right there and then turning. So it could have been right there. Thank you, Jody H. I'll see if I'm seeing some like old school people here, especially too short. I know it's 2 cents, but too short was what I always think of that when I hear it. Yeah, so basically the video today, the second one that I put out, was regarding where they were digging. Did you guys see that one? Like where I guess there was some evidence that there was digging going on regarding somebody seeing a white vehicle, a foreign white vehicle parked on the side of the road by a tree at 5:30 on the 13th p.m. I thought I think that was really interesting, and I think it's on Johnson Road. So I mean, I made the video on it. So if you want to go watch that, you can go do that. Yeah, see, that's Busby Johnson Road, and if you zoom in there, you can see that that's actually gravel at that point. So it's right where it turns into pavement again. And there's apparently like this might be, let's see. Well, yeah, you can tell. You go to Street View, and wherever it stops, that's where it is. Okay, so that's up above. So let's see. You grab Street View, and you can see how it stops right there. That's all gravel, and then right here, and there's a tree right there, right at a turnout. And apparently this is where somebody saw a white vehicle. Thanks, Dixie Hippie and the mom of Carson Hockey. Right there. And then when law enforcement went in there, they saw that it, when they went out to check on it, there was some disturbed dirt. And that just seems so suspicious to me, because if you remember at 5:32 and 5:36, the phone, let's see, here's Johnson right here, right? And here's a cell tower. So apparently it stopped, his phone was turned off before 5:32, but it was on from 5:32 to 5:36, and then it turned off again. So was he like turning it on to get directions because he knew where he'd been before, and then he drives up here, and then he goes right to where that tree is? Or I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it just, the timing of it is too coincidental for me. Yeah, so maybe right in that area. I mean, don't you guys think that that's a little too coincidental? That his phone pings near Johnson, right here. And then inside of that time frame, I mean, he could have even gone here first. And, oh yeah, God, man, actually that makes more sense, doesn't it? Like, he already knew where this was because he scouted it out. So he put it there, and then he knew how to get back out on the highway. Then he turns his phone back on again for 4 minutes to get a direction or something, and then goes. But it's right there. So that means his white car is in the same area as this white car here in a 6-minute window. That just seems like that's got to be his. And then somebody disturbed the dirt there. I don't know. It could just be somebody, making something up. So I went through a ton of these documents, and I just put, like, these are the ones that I found were interesting. All right. I have my Tootsie style ready reading glasses. All right, let's just go through the ones that I marked off. All right, let's see what this one is. On December 30th, 2022, at approximately 6:30 hours, I stood by while search warrant was served at the residence of Brian Kohberger. While on the scene, one of the neighbors who lived in the same building stated her husband returned home, and he might have additional information to add regarding Brian. He'd been interviewed earlier in the day by several FBI agents prior to, I don't know who, somebody's name returning home. Detective Mallory and I met with a person with the name starting with A and F. A in their apartment. I recorded the conversation. A said she had been speaking with F about the questions she was asked, one question being if she had ever seen Brian with anyone else. F told me they did remember a time when they returned home and said they saw Brian sitting by the stairs. I think we went over that one, right? Yeah, last night. So he was sitting by the stairs with somebody, and then they quit talking. Remember that? I don't remember which ones that let's see. Date modified. So these are all from yesterday. So the 23rd. So I have the new folder that I went through was 151. This one here. Let's see. 194, is that it? Yeah, so I mean, I went through and flagged ones that I thought were interesting. I don't think it's interesting the ones where they're submitting a warrant for something. It's like, okay, we don't even have it's not the data. It's just sort of, okay, you submitted a warrant. And maybe it gives you an idea of what they're searching for, but I want the one that they got it back. This was one of the ones that I thought was interesting right here. This kind of matches what Steve was saying. On 11/22 at approximately, this is 11/12/2022 at approximately, looks like 11:40 p.m., Whitcomb received a hit and run accident in the area of somewhere in Pullman, Washington. Multiple PPD officers. So this is the night of, right? Like 11:40. On January, and then it says later, I'll just read the whole thing. The location of this accident was near the west entrance of the apartment complex. I think probably the Steptoe apartment complex, near Kohberger's residence. God dang it. I got that allergy thing. Man, that just hit me right in the face. Thanks, Alley Cake. On January 3rd, 2023, the Pullman PD records specialist sent me a link to ppdevidence.com so I could view and download the videos related to this case. I downloaded 35 videos which spanned between 11/12/2022 and 23:41 hours to 11:13 to 3:25 hours. A majority of the videos were in the area of where the suspect vehicle was eventually located, Northeast California Street. I provided the downloaded videos to Detective Mallory so he could upload them. I later viewed the videos. I did not see a vehicle matching Kohberger's vehicle in any of the videos on Brandy Way or in the videos near California Street. The longest video recording on Brandy Way started at 11:43 hours and runs for an hour, etc. While reviewing Kohberger's cell phone data extraction, I located a screenshot of the Whitman County Jail roster information. The last modified date time for the image was 11/13/2022 at 6:27. Wow, I located a screenshot of the Whitman County Jail roster. The last modified date. So while reviewing Kohberger's cell phone data extraction, I located a screenshot of the Whitman County Jail roster. So he wants to know who's in their jail. The last modified date time for the image was 11/13 at 6:27:12 p.m. So like after, that's really crazy. Like, what was he doing? This image was taken from Yik Yak. In Kohberger's Chrome tab history on the phone, I located where he searched Google, and this is where I was thinking it was like Steve. He searched for Broadcastify Listen Feed. I mean, okay. Pullman Police and Fire Dispatch Live. So he wanted to listen to the Pullman Police and Fire Dispatch Live. And that feed he looked at was on 11:13 at 12:30 a.m. So, an hour and a half before, or 2 hours before he leaves his residence about. He's listening to Broadcastify. So it shows that Kohberger is aware of listening to scanner audio. So maybe that's actually why he went back to the King Road residence to go view his handiwork. Maybe just to drive by and get a sort of a feeling of, wow, I'm the only one that knows. And maybe he listened and knew that there was nothing going on at that time. So he felt comfortable that he could drive by. I don't think he was looking for anything, though. All right, there we go. There was that one. I was assigned to the task of examining the call detailed records that were obtained from AT&T pursuant to a warrant served by Corporal Brett Payne for the time frame of November 12, 2022, hours through November 14, 2022 hours. I was specifically requested to examine the records showing connectivity to cell towers between the hours of 2 and 6 Pacific Standard Time, as this was the time frame surrounding the homicides at 1122 King Road. Although the records contain records for voice, data, and SMS usage in the 48-hour data set, I only located 27 data usage records in the specific time frame to assist in mapping the location of the cellular towers and the direction of their sector antennas. See, that's what I always tell you guys about. When you look at a cell tower, I can probably even show you just by zooming in on one of these. Yeah, that one's a little Maybe this one. I'm sure there's better ones than that. Hold on. Oh wait, I just saw one. Oh, there was a perfect one. So look at that. That's actually the top of it. See how there's that side, and that side? So those are the sectors. So when a car drives by, can you just try to visualize what I'm saying and don't make it overly complicated? Thanks, Michelle H. and Kathy Crow. So see this triangle that you see on the screen right there? That's the cell tower. So if a vehicle, let's just pretend that there's a circle around this cell tower. And in fact, I'll just draw one for the hell of it. I want you to know now and into the future how this actually works. All right, so pretend that there's a little road that goes around that cell tower right there. So the way it works is this cell tower is the one that is connected to your phone. But as you go around in a circle, this sector picks it up when you're driving over here. Then this sector picks up your cell phone when it goes around over there. When it drives up there. And then this sector picks it up when it comes around there. So 120, 120, and 120 degrees. And that's how, by looking at various cell towers, you can tell where a car is driving because it didn't make it to a different sector on that tower. And if you have multiple cell towers, it's easy to like triangulate basically where somebody is. Does that make sense? Please say yes. Please. Anybody here? I mean, you guys aren't. Nobody's typing. It's just crazy. All right. So the Kohberger's phone connected with several different cell towers in Pullman. I'm not sure what's happening with this. Hold on, let me refresh. Is that going to work? Oh yeah, there we go. Now it works. Okay, I was trying to refresh the activity on the screen. So Kohberger's phone connected with several different cell towers in Pullman, Washington between 2 a.m. and 2:25 a.m. The phone appears to be traveling within the rear of the city of Pullman, Washington. And this is November 12th. Wow, that's earlier than we thought. At 2:42, the phone connects to a tower near the Northeast Skyview Drive on the Washington State University campus. So let's see where that is. See, we're getting like really specific information. I'm actually wondering if this is it because I put it. Remember this just a little bit. That is it. Remember I just put that tower in there the other day. So there it is. That cell tower is the one that they're referring to. That's at 2:42. 2:47, the phone connects to a tower on Observation Drive on the Washington State University campus. So let's see where Observation Drive is. Observation Drive. And let's see if I have that tower. Because I went and searched. Yes, I have that tower, I think. Is that what that is? I think that's a C for cell phone right there. Or cell tower, I mean. So I put a pin there, so that is one of the ones that it was being used. So I've had all of these the whole time. So when we were ever looking at it, we were actually right on the money. In continuing the exam, to examine the data, I found an approximately 2-hour period with no interaction between Kohberger's phone and the AT&T network between 2:47 and 4:48. The phone connects to a tower located near Paradise Ridge, south of Moscow, at 4:48. So that's why I wanted to bring this one in, because then it says after the homicides, which is over here, you know, right in this area, right? And then he drives down here, and this is the highway, but here's Paradise Ridge right there. That's Paradise Ridge, and they said there is a tower actually on the top of Paradise Ridge right there. However, what does that mean? I mean, so within 3 miles of there, let's see if I went like this and made this miles. It actually overlaps with the other tower that is right near Blaine on the highway there. So that right there encompasses the part of Highway 95 that it used to be. See, when you look to the left of Highway 95 on the screen, it's just sort of straight. That's what they're building. That's not what it looks like right now. So here's Highway 95, and it's not even done. It might be, well, it could be close. Let's see. I guess they just finished it. Maybe. I mean, right there. I mean, just now. Because even in June of 2025, they weren't, I don't know if they were done yet. Let's see. That's March. See? Still under construction right there. Did a close inspection in Paradise. Yeah. I'm not sure if I did a close inspection of it. I mean, I'm not sure. We've looked at this a million times. Remember this view? That's what I had on the screen when we got here. This is actually a 360-degree camera that somebody put up here. I mean, that's why it's called Paradise Ridge. I mean, it's really beautiful up there for sure. So that's that one. Okay, so we got through another. Are you guys finding these interesting? The phone connects with a tower south of Moscow, Idaho, which is consistent with traveling back to Pullman for my training and experience. So this is just part of the probable cause, but more specific information. All right. And then right here it says on December, it was kind of cool. I was using ChatGPT to I quickly load up the PDF files and have it review what it was, and if it was something I was interested in, I would mark them, put an underscore X at the end of the name part of it, and now I just look up underscore X, and those are the ones that are interesting. At approximately 2 a.m. hours on December 30th, Kohberger was brought to the PSB Stroudsburg barracks and placed in an interview room. Oh yeah, this is cool. This is an actual summary of his interrogation. So I guess we can, let's see. I think I have this being played. All right, hold on. Instead of me reading it, I'll just have it on the screen, and I think I saved it off as a, let's see, a MP3 file.
Summary of interview with Brian Kohberger, right December 30th, 2022. On December 29th, 2022, ISP Detective Sergeant Gilbertson, FBI Special Agent Shirley, and I arrived in Albrightsville, PA, in preparation for the service of arrest and search warrants at Brian Kohberger's family residence. Following several coordination meetings, we traveled to the Pennsylvania State Police Barracks in Stroudsburg, PA, to await Kohberger's arrival after his arrest and to conduct an interview. At approximately 2 a.m. on December 30th, 2022, Kohberger was brought to the Stroudsburg Barracks and placed in an interview room. The interview was recorded using the built-in video system at the barracks and on Det Gilbertson's pocket recorder. Det Gilbertson and I conducted the interview. This document is a summary, not a verbatim transcript. We began by introducing ourselves and stating our respective agencies. Upon identifying myself, Kohberger remarked, "You do look familiar." We then prepared our note-taking materials, and Det Gilbertson read Kohberger his Miranda rights. Kohberger acknowledged understanding his rights. After collecting his personal information and asking about any medications, we began our conversation. When asked about the SWAT operation at the residence, Kohberger expressed concern for his parents and his dog. He confirmed that he was attending Washington State University, WSU. We made small talk, including a brief discussion about sports. Kohberger said he didn't follow WSU football but was a baseball fan. Kohberger confirmed he had only been at WSU for one semester and had arrived with his father on July 1st. He stated he was a first-year PhD student in criminal justice and criminology. He said he applied to WSU and UC Irvine because neither required the GRE. Kohberger mentioned he was about to graduate with a master's in criminal justice from DeSales University and said he was inspired to continue his education. He asked if it was okay to engage in small talk, and we confirmed it was. He briefly mentioned his relief that his parents were okay and elaborated on his motivation for pursuing higher education, saying knowledge meant more to him than money. Kohberger spoke positively of WSU's program, then asked questions about the University of Idaho and other Idaho schools. He stated he didn't know much about the state of Idaho or Washington and hadn't traveled far beyond the tri-state area. When asked about DeSales University, Kohberger spoke at length about his time at Northampton Community College in DeSales. He said he considered becoming a police officer but didn't want to commit unless he was certain. He also elaborated on the competitive nature of applying to PhD programs. Kohberger described his cross-country move to Washington, which he made with his father. He mentioned they took a different route back home for Christmas to avoid snow. He reflected on the beauty of the natural world and how it connected to his thoughts on God, noting he was raised Christian but had always been skeptical, except when moved by nature. When asked if they made any stops during the trip, he mentioned visiting Colorado and recounted seeing an unmarked police...
I mean, isn't that just ridiculous right there? Oh, God, nature and God and, I'm just such a godly person. I know I just butchered 4 college students, but, don't worry about that. Let me see, where is this? Right there. Relationship to God and higher power. We spoke about this for some time, and Kohberger said he was raised Christian, but was always a skeptic, except when confronted with the beauty of the natural world. This guy is just... This is like, you know what? He's just like every other one of these other guys, the serial killer types. They always have these crazy things that they say. They think they're just tricking everybody.
Vehicle behaving oddly near Kansas City. Kohberger stated he worked as a teaching assistant TA at WESU and described how the funding made the workload worth it. He also mentioned involvement in ongoing to PhD
I'm going to go back a little bit.
programs. Kohberger described his cross-country move to Washington, which he made with his father. He mentioned they took a different route back home for Christmas to avoid snow. He reflected on the beauty of the natural world and how it connected to his thoughts on God, noting he was raised Christian but had always been skeptical, except when moved by nature. When asked if they made any stops during the trip, he mentioned visiting Colorado and recounted seeing an unmarked police vehicle behaving oddly near Kansas City.
Yeah, they missed this part. See, it's ChatGPT was doing its own summary, but like right here it said, Kohberger said he was raised Christian but was always a skeptic except when confronted. And by the way, let me say thank you up there to Richard Watts and Wise Child. Thank you for your generosity there. Kohberger then began to speak about the beauty of the environment and his relationship to God and a higher power. We spoke about this for some time, and Kohberger said he was raised Christian but was always a skeptic, except when confronted with the beauty of the natural world. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he had been to the Pacific Northwest prior to coming to WSU, and Kohberger said he had not. I asked Kohberger if he and his father made any stops along their way back to Pennsylvania. He told me they visited Colorado, one of Bundy's hot spots. No, he didn't say that, but the main goal was to just drive. Kohberger then told a story about seeing an unmarked police car near Kansas City speed up behind him, catch up to another vehicle, turn on its emergency lights, then drive away. Kohberger thought this was strange and was unsure why it occurred. Well, that's pretty interesting. So maybe there was another time when a cop drove up next to him. And that was one that... hold on. Yeah, you know why he lives over in Africa? Or if he does live in Africa, Louise 77, it's because of idiots like you, who keep trying to track him down because you guys are nut jobs. Jack Showalter has nothing to do with it, okay? He was cleared, and he left town, and he was asked to leave town by police because of lunatics like yourself. Okay, so when you look in the mirror later, just envision a huge spherical red nose and orange hair and big floppy shoes. You're a lunatic, all right? My God. These people are just... hey, thanks, Moxie Drapo. While playing with knives, everybody. Read where Jack Showalter's part was covered in blood and a police botched the testing of it. Read that part, Gray. Read it. Let me guess. Jack Showalter has spiky orange hair and drives a tan sedan. Perhaps that's the guy that was running through the parking... Oh, my God, you guys. Millennial has questions. All right. And thanks, Moxie. What she said, thanks for all your hard work, Gray. I'm so disappointed that there was no trial. Olivia did a great job on... Yeah, she just kicked ass. Please say a prayer for Dylan and Maddie's dad, Ben. I know, it sucks. I felt bad for every one of them. I think what Olivia did was really just get that sort of pound of psychological flesh that the family all wanted a little bit of. She basically, was like taunting him. That's what I was saying yesterday. She was being exactly the person that Brian Kohberger wants to kill, but knowing that he could do nothing about it. And then she even pushed it beyond the limits, emasculating him in front of everybody. It's that was just great. I don't think there's anything better. I've never seen anything better than that. I think we've got we're chocked filled tonight with lunatics. Tonight. A lot of crazy people. Whew, wow. Most of you are normal, I'm sure. But if you guys could hit that like button for me really quick, I'd appreciate it. Here we go. Let's go ahead and hit that right now. Right here. Hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button, 40. Do I hear 50, 55, 60, 65, 70? Hit that like button. Hit that like button. It's so damn easy to do. Use your nose, use your toes. Do it like 2 cents. Hit it 25 times. But just make sure the last time you hit it, it's a like. All right. All right. I asked Kohberger if he and his father made any stops. We already did that. Detective Gilbertson then asked Kohberger about the job he mentioned. Kohberger stated he was a teaching assistant. Kohberger then talked about how busy he was and how the funding package that comes along with being a teaching assistant is what makes the extra work worth it. Kohberger then discussed ongoing projects with WSU Police Department and Pullman Police Department. Kohberger spoke more about how being a TA is essentially assisting the professors and the... What do you mean projects with WSU PD? He's not doing anything with them. Essentially assisting the professors and the department. Kohberger stated he did not get to assist with teaching with the exception of assisting with office hours. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he would be a TA again next semester, and Kohberger replied he would. Kohberger then stated he understood why we're engaging in small talk, but would appreciate it if we explained to him what he was doing there. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger why he thought we were there. He said he wanted Detective Gilbertson to tell him. Jesus. That's exactly how they did the... let's see. That's exactly their strategy that they used in his alibi, remember? Well, we'll tell you what our alibi is as soon as you tell us what your ping data shows where I was. And then I'll tailor something to it. Isn't that amazing? Same thing. He said he wanted Detective Gilbertson to tell him. Detective Gilbertson said we were there because of what occurred in Moscow, but did not provide any further detail. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he watched the news. Kohberger said, I watched the news. Detective Gilbertson then asked Kohberger why he thought I looked familiar. Kohberger said he wasn't sure and stated I had a familiar face and looked like someone he used to know. Detective Gilbertson then said, "We were there because of what happened in November just off of the University of Idaho campus." Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he knew what that was, to which Kohberger replied, "Of course." When prompted to elaborate, Kohberger said it was the incident we had been investigating for how long. Kohberger said there were probably several incidents. I think I skipped down right there. It said, let me read that part again. When prompted to elaborate, Kohberger said it was the incident we had been investigating for how long. For how long has it been? Kohberger said there were probably several incidents. See, look at that. He said, "Yeah, so what you've been investigating for? How long has it been?" I mean, geez, you know, he's kind of taunting them a little bit. Like, look how long it's taken you guys. Kohberger said there were probably several incidents, and then said he was aware of a homicide because of a WSU alert he received. Detective Gilbertson asked when Kohberger received the alert. Kohberger said he wasn't sure, but thought it was sometime the previous month. Detective Gilbertson confirmed that was why we're there, and asked if Kohberger wanted to talk about that. Kohberger replied, "Well, I think I would need a lawyer." Kohberger then asked if he would explain to him what we were, what we were there, even after he asked for the lawyer, for specifically, and added he was tired. Detective Gilbertson again stated we were investigating the homicide of the 4 students, and that we had questions and things we hoped Kohberger would help us understand. Kohberger sat back and said he had the utmost respect for law enforcement, but stated it was a constitutional right to speak to an attorney. Detective Gilbertson affirmed this. Kohberger then re-engaged and said the only thing he heard of from Moscow was an alert that came to his phone. Kohberger then said he wanted to talk to an attorney. Detective Gilbertson said we would stop now because Kohberger wanted to speak to an attorney. Kohberger then asked where his parents were and where his dog was. I guess he has a dog. Kohberger re-engaged again and asked what questions we would have for him. Detective Gilbertson then asked Kohberger again if he understood his rights and asked specifically what Kohberger wished. Kohberger asked what specifically we wanted to talk to him about and the reason. I told Kohberger he invoked his Fifth Amendment right and we were not going to ask him any further questions. Kohberger asked again for the reason he was there, but added he would like to talk to an attorney. At this point, we concluded our interview with Kohberger and left the room. Jesus. So he wanted, like, his cake and eat it too, I guess. Yeah, thanks, Terry, for 44 months up there. All right. So while you're watching the show, you guys, if you're out there and you like the work that I do and the way I put together videos and do my, we go over all this information. If you want to help support the channel with the, buy some channel memberships for people or send a super chat or the coffee thing. It's right here, I think. I don't know if it's loaded up. Yeah, I think it's on there. But yeah, if you want to support the channel, that'd be great. Let's see. So that was number. Oops, that was 194. So I guess I gotta. That was the last one. Let's see. What was this one about? Folder that contained the following receipts he collected during the investigation from some local businesses. The details are listed below. Walmart, 1028, majority all the way to 1208. A majority of the items purchased were food items. On 11/7, Kohberger purchased a beanie hat, but there was no description of that hat. I spoke with an employee from Walmart, and he stated at the time he met with Detective Schwecke. Detective Schwecke. They are unable to locate the details of the exact beanie which Kohberger purchased. Could have been wearing it that night. Hey, thanks, CRR. Now it's CRR. You got like 3 of them. I spoke with an employee from Walmart who told me this item was, purchased on 12/1. Kohberger purchased utility clothes. I spoke with an employee from Walmart who told me this item was 9 PK hand towels, which were 2 shades of gray. There was nothing else. Wow, that's interesting. Those towels. I wonder what he's doing with those. There was nothing else of interest listed on the above receipts. One receipt from Target was provided from a transaction which belonged to somebody else. Looks like Bethany Funk, maybe. Kohberger was at Target on the same day as Funk, but completed his transaction at 5:42, and hers was at 16:09. Wow, I mean, they were almost right up there. It is unknown if Funk and Kohberger were in Target at the same time. And then right here, let's see, 11/23. These are all after the homicide. Power inverter and 1-year ITC membership. There were several other receipts from other customers which Detective Schwecke collected at Harbor Freight. These receipts do not appear to be related, but were collected. I don't know. That was just something that seems sort of interesting. On February 28th, I emailed a formal request to Captain Anderson with LCSO for a copy of all video and audio obtained during Corporal Duke's traffic stop. See, that's what I want. I want that. I responded to LCSO on March 2nd, 2023, and retrieved a thumb drive, which I later reviewed. The thumb drive contained the video of Corporal Duke's traffic stop of Kohberger. So a lot of these documents actually show what you could order. Thanks, Danadale. Wow, that one's all messed up. Let's see. On January 23rd, 2023, the FBI tip line received an email from somebody which stated Kohberger attended PhD course at Oklahoma State University. I think this is totally bogus, this whole thing here. And added she met Kohberger during this time, and Kohberger had befriended a professor named somebody who gave Kohberger a K-bar knife. This sounds like something one of the Probergers would make up. Except they would have made it give the knife to somebody else. Upon further investigation, it was learned this person had reported 36 tips to the FBI over the past several years. Okay, so that's when you know, okay, these people are... It's not even worth reading at that point. Let's see. On Friday, March 3rd, 2023, I spoke to somebody on the phone and referenced a tip she reported to the tip line. I did not record our conversation. Originally reported the tip in January of 2023 and stated she had an encounter with someone she thought was Kohberger. I called the person back and spoke to her about the tip. She told me she was working as a dancer at a nightclub during 2018 to 2019 time frame. It's a 2-hour drive from, I'm not sure why they don't put the name of the town in Pennsylvania. Hoffer stated she was unsure which of those 2 years the encounter took place. She stated she came into work on what she described as a slow day and noticed only one man seated next to the stage alone. She stated she got on stage and began her dance when she noticed the man seemed to be talking to himself. She stated the man made her feel uneasy, but she continued her dance. She told me during the dance she heard the man state something about wanting to kill people. I don't know. Now it's getting kind of... She told me she thought she misheard the man, so he did not acknowledge the statement until he said it again. She said she could not remember exactly what the man said, but thought it was something to the effect of wanting to kill people. She told me she engaged with the man after the second comment, thinking he was... And then I don't know, it's like blank. And then she told me the conversation was strange enough. She remembered telling the bouncer at the club to keep an eye on the man, who she said sat and watched the private dance as he was the only patron in the club. During this dance, she told me the man told her to look him directly in the eyes the entire time and asked her questions about what car she drove and where she lived. She told me she finished the private dance, at which point, let's see, meaning she told me she finished the private dance, at which point the man left and did not return to the club to her knowledge. She told me she did not think about the encounter until she saw Kohberger's picture on the TV upon his arrest. She told me she was fairly certain Kohberger was the man she encountered in the club that day. She did not have any further information to corroborate her story and told me she just wanted investigators to be aware. She reiterated to me she was fairly sure Kohberger was the man and that she saw. I concluded my conversation with her after I confirmed she would be willing to speak again if I needed further information. So what do you guys think of that? Do you think that one, that's like a legitimate, like that happened? It's hard to know, you know. Thanks, Michelle H. All right. This one is, I emailed a tip to the tip line on February 18th. So this is somebody, A, and the last name starts with an I. So somebody emailed a tip to the tip line on February 18th, 2023, and stated he was on Johnson Road on November 13th and saw a white car parked alongside the road. All right, so this is the one right here. This is one I found this one earlier today. All right, so let's we'll just go through this. All right. He parked alongside the road between 5 and 6 p.m. that day. I called on March 8th, 2023, and spoke to him. What day did he call the tip in, though? That's what I want to know. Oh, February 18th. So they waited that long to call him. That's crazy. So this person told me he had gone to his sister's house in, maybe that's Pullman, Washington. I don't know. On November 13th, 2022, and was on his way home later that evening. I wish I could just get his name. Then I could tell you exactly. L told me he noticed a white foreign model car parked on the side of the road under a tree, and he went by, or as he drove by. And then this person told the investigator he believed the time was approximately 5:30 p.m. He stated he did not pay close enough attention to see anyone in or near the car, but thought it was odd. Upon release of the probable cause affidavit for Kohberger's arrest, I thought it may have been Kohberger's vehicle, as it was on Kohberger's path of travel the evening of the 13th. So let me see this. So he's saying this. Upon release of the probable cause affidavit for Kohberger's arrest, this guy named I thought it may have been Kohberger's vehicle, as it was on Kohberger's path of travel the evening of the 13th. I mean, I would have. I mean, I think this is a real thing, but I bet you, I mean, if he hadn't have seen the probable cause first, but I mean, what would have prompted him to call without seeing that, I guess? It's just a car parked on the road, you know? And I wonder if he saw it on the 13th. You know, he may just think he saw it on the 13th. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a short name. So the person named I thought it may have been Kohberger's vehicle because he saw it in the probable cause document. I had described the location to me, and he stated the car was under a large lone tree on Johnson Road between Johnson and Pullman. He added the pullout was located where Johnson Road changed from pavement to gravel. I mean, isn't that exactly where I have it? I mean, that spot that I found, I think, is 100% this spot right here. This is Johnson Road, and there's a turnout, and look where it is. I mean, it's literally, I mean, here's a paved road, and then it's gravel, and here's a tree, and there's a pullout. I mean, what else? Where else could it be? I mean, the other portion on Johnson Road that also has gravel and then pavement is completely, doesn't look anything like that at all. I looked, and then it said he added the pullout was located where Johnson Road changed from pavement to gravel. I located the location described and responded there. Upon receiving permission from the property owner, I began to dig in several areas which appear to have disturbed earth. Like it has disturbed earth, but was unable to locate anything of evidentiary value. Sergeant Blaker and Detective Vargas responded with a metal detector and swept the area, but did not discover anything of note. We also searched under a nearby bridge, but did not discover anything of note. Further investigation will be conducted when weather permits. Well, look, I mean, and then right there's a bridge that goes over this little creek. So, I mean, it has to be this spot. I mean, if it's not, it's just an absolute miracle. Here's a little creek down there. And all right, so they checked there. While on the scene, that individual who called in the tip arrived and explained the vehicle was nosed in off the road facing the farm field. So it's probably, I bet it was at like a 45-degree angle. So this person also stated he had a friend come to the spot several days prior. So he and a friend came to the spot several days prior and also used a metal detector. But the thing is they went several days prior and they brought a metal detector. Did they dig at all? And is that what the ground that looks disturbed was from? I think they would have asked that question, though. To search the area, I thanked him for his assistance and cleared the area after additional visual searches were conducted. In addition to this information, during my initial phone call with him, he told me he was painting the apartment of Brett Kopacka, the previous tenant and person named in tips during the initial investigation. I mean, so what, now you got two. See, this is what I thought made it sound, okay, well, what does that mean? Is he just somebody that was trying to insinuate, like, all of a sudden now he's painting? I mean, I guess it's possible. It's kind of a small town. These are small towns. And then he stated he could see a knife blade in the gutter of the building from the apartment window because he was painting there. I requested WSU Police Department respond and collect the item, which they later did. The blade is a serrated cooking style knife with the handle broken off. The blade portion was approximately 8 inches long and 2 inches wide per the WSU officers who collected it. Based off this description and the condition of the knife, I do not believe it matched the wounds found on each of the victims. However, I will still collect the knife, but it says each other, so it should say each of. And welcome up there, KDK Signs. I know they found lots of knives during this search. It's crazy. Right, so on March 15th, 2023, I drove the most likely route. I thought this was kind of interesting. It was what I did. I did this. Likely route Kohberger took while driving near 1122 King Road on November 13th, 2022. During this drive, and they did this in, looks like March of 2023. During this drive, I took photos of 1122 King Road from Willanta Drive. That's exactly what I did. I mean, I showed you guys how easy you can see it. During this drive, I took photos of 1122 King Road from Willanta Drive. The road Kohberger's vehicle can be seen taking on the surveillance footage from 1112 King Road. In order to record a daytime view of this residence from Willanta Drive prior to foliage returning to the trees in the area. See, that's exactly what I always tell everybody. If you go out there during, like I was there in the winter, and it's just miles different. You can see so much better through the trees and everything. So I took the following photos and uploaded them to this Spillman case file. And so we don't see them here. In addition, Sergeant Blaker and I took MPD Patrol Car 4 and drove the most likely route Kohberger took during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, based off various surveillance footage recovered during the investigation. And that's exactly what I did when I was out there. So, I mean, hopefully that makes you guys go, hey, Gray does the same thing that these guys do. The drive was recorded out of each driver's side passenger window. They should have used the 360-degree camera. Window via MPD body cameras assigned to Sergeant Blaker and Officer House, as well as the dash-mounted camera. All right, I certify under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the foregoing is true. So that might be kind of interesting to see, but we've already seen it, right? I mean, you've been watching my channel, you've already seen it. All right, you guys, we're having one of those massive lulls again. Be nice to just sort of naturally reach a goal tonight. All right. So here's another one. I was notified via email on Monday, March 20th, 2023 of a found property call reported to LCSO wherein the RP discovered a K-Bar brand knife in some bushes in the city of Genesee, Idaho, on the same day. Per the LCSO call records, the knife was located by a child playing in some trees at the top of Ash Street near Spruce Street. I mean, they're just everywhere, I guess, huh? So let's see. Yeah, so apparently right in this area. And that's one of the towns mentioned, you know. I mean, the vehicle literally cuts across, like, right there. You know, almost, or maybe, yeah, I think that is the spot, like, right around in this area. So it almost got to that area. But I don't think that sounds like it's a smaller. Let's see. Whiting responded and logged the item into LCO evidence on March 21st. First, I responded to LCO to look at the knife. The knife was a K-Bar brand knife with a blade approximately 4 inches in length. That's way shorter. The knife was in a black Kydex sheath with cordage wrapped around the handle. See, it already has the sheath, so it's not related. This knife did not appear to match the wounds inflicted on all 4 victims. I collected the knife from LCSO and booked it into MPD evidence. So not related. Hey, thanks, Monica. On March 4th, 2023, let's see, somebody called the MPD tip line and left a voicemail regarding a tip for this case in which she described seeing a man walked by her house sometime during August or September of 2022. Sergeant Blaker sent me the tip on March 15th, 2023. I spoke to this person via the phone on March 21st. I did not record our conversation. I asked that person to relay to me what her tip was in reference to. They told me she used to live at an address. This home is located approximately 0.13 miles due east of 1122 King Road. So I guess we can go do it, find it. So it's right here. And due east, that means I didn't want that one. So right there. So probably in like right one of those houses right there. Like right there. So that's kind of interesting, I guess. Man, you guys are gonna make me have one of these nights again, huh? Let's see. Okay. I asked this person to relay to me what her tip was in reference to. They told me she used to live at an address. This is located 0.13 miles due east of 1122 King Road. She told me she was home one day in August or September of 2022 when her daughter came running into the house saying there was a man walking through their yard. She stated she looked out the window and saw a man who looked nervous walking on the south side of her house from east to west. She told me she frequently saw people walk by the house, but not in that particular area. She said the She said the man had curly hair with a large nose. I mean, Kohberger, you know, when his hair was long, it's sort of curly, right? And he walked by without saying anything. She stated the encounter became stranger when the same man walked back by the house in the opposite direction. But taking the same route approximately 15 minutes later. She said she stepped outside and yelled to the man He was on private property. And then he said the man didn't look at her and simply walked away. She then told me, unprompted, that she believed the male she saw was Kohberger after she saw a side profile picture of him on the news after his arrest. She stated she was 92% sure it was Kohberger. She stated she did not see the man any other times after the occurrence in August or September. Right. But every night when I do these shows, so we're getting close to the end of the month here. We got 7 more days left to the end of the month, and on my channel, every single night, I try to get people to send in super chats and channel memberships. And channel memberships is great because look at all the people in here that are not channel memberships, and yet we're having one of our slower nights on channel membership gifting. So if we could, and this is what happens at the end of the month. My channel donates thousands of dollars to true crime related charities. Matter of fact, 2 months ago we donated, I think 5,000, and then I think 3 or 4 last month, and this month was pretty slow all the way through the month until just like 2 days ago. So if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, I don't want anybody sending in a nickel if it makes you struggle sending in support for the channel, okay? But this channel relies on the people watching, as there's almost, like very little ad revenue. For example, yesterday, those live streams I did, I think one of them made $80 or something. That was 5 hours long. It's way different than videos or something, and normally we don't have that many people watching, so it's kind of a struggle. So if you're out there, become a channel member, gift some channel memberships, super chats, you got the coffees in there, etc. All right, but it seems like we should be able to get to the numbers with 800 and something people watching, don't you think? Should be pretty simple. That would be like a quarter a piece. Let's see. So down here's September. However, she told me there was another occurrence in June or July of 2022 when a white sedan was parked near her mailbox for over an hour. Wow. It should be noted that it's a dead-end road with only residences. She told me the vehicle left after her neighbor walked out to ask the man if he needed help. He could not, she could not positively say what type of vehicle she saw that day. She was not able to provide any further specific detail about dates. On March 22nd, Sergeant Blaker and I went to the area there. She said she saw the man. There is a well-worn path from Boyd Avenue. Well-worn path from Boyd Avenue through Blake Avenue, which is likely where she saw the man. In addition, I spoke to the neighbor who spoke to the man in the white car, identified only as a name, who stated he remembered the encounter but could not add any further information. She said, yeah, there's Blake right there. That's where we had it. And then where's Boyd? Where's Boyd Avenue? Thank you, Beth, Realtor. Perhaps one of the only ones that heard what I said. I'll be surprised if he makes it through the next year. Yeah, probably. That'd be pretty tough. Who knows what they got in those prisons waiting for him. Hopefully something. So I'm looking for Boyd Avenue. All right, so there's a well-worn path from Boyd apparently that goes to Blake. I mean, God, look at this though, you guys. I mean, maybe that was him. Thanks, 2 cents. I would have been 92.8% sure. Really? Maybe 92.9. You sure about that? I always tell the story. 2 cents is the first person I ever met on social media, basically. That was any considered a friend of any kind at all. You know that? It was during the Jodi Arias trial. Like, I mean, that's like, what, 12 years ago at this point. And all it was like, I think it was HLN. They had this running chat, and I made a comment. And then it turned into the longest, like, comment for, like forever. It was crazy. Yeah, it was absolutely insane, really. Hey, thanks, Dixie Hippie and CRR123 again. Well, you're always so generous. I appreciate that. See, a lot of people got memberships right there. Do you see that? Pretty cool, pretty cool. Yeah, make sure to hit that like button, though. All right. So let's see. I wonder if we go down to Street View here, can we see the well-worn path? I bet it's like, gotta be right around in here. Is it right back there? Well, she said it was like a dead end, right? And yeah, so that's what the street is. You come in here and there's no way out. But apparently this is, where's Boyd? Oh, so Boyd is up here. And what is that wording again? A well-worn path from Boyd Avenue through to Blake Avenue. So, like something from, like right here, you walk through and you go to there. But then look at this. From right there, I mean, you could just, let's see, kind of hop over that. Like right there, you could hop over that little wall there. And then just look at this. You just hop over that wall, and then you're right back here on Linda Lane. And then you can just kind of walk back here. And there's that other little thing you can hop over. You can just step over a little wall over here, and then you're right back behind the house. Man, what if he was doing that, where he would pull into the neighborhood and then on foot, so his car wasn't always seen, you know? And God, did he keep his phone on him? Like, maybe he would drive around, see that there were people there in this area, and then he'd leave and then park over here and then go in on foot and surveil the area so that his vehicle wasn't constantly being seen. Because wouldn't it be weird if his Elantra drove back there 20-something times? Hey, thanks. Love Boston as well. Very cool, very cool. What do you think of that? I think that could actually be Kohberger. Because you wouldn't want to drive your car around every time, would you? You would just wear different clothing each time, and then it'd be like, oh, that's a different guy, you know. Stuff like that. But if you kept driving your same white Elantra over and over and over again, I mean, when they pulled the video from 1112 King Road, did they go back a month and see if it ever drove in there before that? I mean, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? And if it didn't, then maybe he just pulled up on some of these side streets sometimes. Because here's Boyd Avenue here. So what was that last one? Told me there was another occurrence in June or July when a white sedan parked near her mailbox for over an hour. It should be noted, it is a dead-end road with only residences. Right. So, I mean, that could be your house right there. But it said due east, so due east is like you go like that, so it's probably like more in here. I think that might just be a house too, right? I don't think that's an apartment. Could be though. No, that's just a house. So yeah, so let's see, what do you do? Walk up here. I love these Google Earth drivers that do a little bit extra, you know. Right back through there. Interesting. Huh. That is really... And so easy, too. You just come over here, and then right there, you just hop over that little wall there. I mean, just let's see if we can see it from right there. Yeah, or just even walk behind it right there. Just go right behind that retaining wall. You're right up on that other street, so I'm just going up in the air really quick. That was right there. And then you're right here, and this is Linda Lane. And then you walk, I think there's street view here. I've driven on up here. So here's Linda Lane, here's that little dumpster, but all you have to do is, he came from right over there, and then he would walk up there, all right, and then just from there, it's just Linda Lane, and there's that little wall there, and the white Elantra, when it would do its loops, would come around like this and around like that. So basically, he would just walk in there, and then he could stand back here and do whatever he wanted, just to sort of surveil, walk around, like sort of look like he's sort of just somebody walking to their apartment. And he could walk all around, even outside, and just sort of blend in, and nobody would really even notice the guy. And then he'd go back. Man, that's creepy as hell. I think that one's real as hell there. Let's see. This one is Blake Avenue. And then there's this Boyd right here. Oh yeah, but I was going to say before, but as I've said 100 times, 2 cents, her first comment was to me, "Great, you've opened up a can of worms," or something like that. And it sure did, man. That thing just went on forever. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. It's inside of the looping. You see that? It's this little outline looks kind of like a gun almost. Right here. That's inside of that. Crazy, isn't it? I think that one's 100%. Or, 90% accurate. Hey, welcome, Stephanie Sprague again. Oogla boogla freak. All right. Okay, moving on to another document. A lot of the documents are just sort of, somewhat meaningless, other than telling you things that might exist. On January 24, 2023, I applied for a warrant for the user subscriber information and user data associated with a Reddit account of Brian Kohberger with any of the following identifiers, so different names. On January 25th, 2023, the warrant was granted and signed by Magistrate Megan Marshall. On February 8, 2023, I received an email from Reddit stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available to download on March 22nd, 2023. I downloaded the files to the forensic computer located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. In reviewing the contents associated with an account email, I found the account name was, and the registration date was September 24th, 2021 at 10:54 UTC. The registration IP was something, which showed a location near Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, with Pent Teledata. The email address for the account showed as verified. One of them is Reddit. Oh yeah, wow. Okay, so listen. Let me get the OCR on this really quick, so I can turn that into text. Maybe we can go check out that page. Oh wow, that's 11 pages long. Man, that's a lot of stuff in here. Whew. Didn't even think of that. So it says, in reviewing these files, I located a file labeled comment vote CSV. This file contained the following permalinks. So this is Reddit felons comments participants needed. So he's out there trying to get people for his survey. So what happens if you go to, let me try to just go there. I'm not sure. Hopefully it got every one of them in its OCR recognition. Nope. Oh, well, let's see. There's adding spaces, a dot. See, when I pasted it in there, because of OCR, it has all these. Let's get rid of that, that, and then, yeah, all this needs, all the spaces have to be out of there. Another space right there. Space here. One there, and one here, and one there. I think did I just get rid of something? I don't know. Now I'll put that up here. Didn't go anywhere. Nothing there. Alright, anyways, so you got there are all these different Reddit accounts. They're all felons, ex-cons. So I think he was probably trying to advertise for his survey that he was doing. I sent an email to Reddit to ask for clarification on what these data files directly related to, but have not received clarifications. In reviewing the contents associated with the DeSales edu email, I found two accounts associated with the email. The first account name was something, and the registration date was December 30th, 2022. Well, that's interesting. That's the date he was arrested. And that was at 2158 UTC. The registration IP was something which showed a location near Tampa. Oh, this is one of the fake people. When he was arrested, somebody created the account. Let's say that's what happens. Tampa, Florida, with Frontier Communications. The account also showed additional IP logins from Florida on January 2nd, and he's already been arrested. 2023, January 4th, 2023, January 4th, 2023, and January 11th. The email address showed it was not verified. During these dates, Kohberger was incarcerated. There you go. And was not in Florida with this information. I believe this account was a fake account. Oh, wow. The second account name and registration date was April 1st, 2022 at 8:39 UTC. The registration IP, can't see it, which showed a location near Albrightsville, Pennsylvania with Penteledata. A second login IP was registered as something on November 21st, 2022, which showed a location near Kansas City, Missouri with Level 3 communications. This IP address also showed a high probability of being VPN exit point. The email address showed it was verified. Hey, thanks, Stephanie Sprague. Let's see. Hello, I attempted to post a survey to the prison. So in the message CSV data file, the following were located. So these are messages Kohberger sent to people. He said, hello, I attempted to post a survey to the subreddit prison subreddit, but my post was automatically removed. I imagine that this may be due to the lack of activity on my account, as I have seen other post research recruits posts on this subreddit within the past few months. Would it be possible to obtain approval to submit a recruitment post to, let's see, something prisons? The recruitment post has my information in it, and the survey itself has an informed consent form that confirms my affiliation. I have been able to post my survey to other subreddits such as ex-cons and felons. You can look at the specifics of my recruitment post by looking at these posts. Thanks in advance. I just approved the post, the most recent one of your posted. I have the automated filter comments of new accounts or super low karma. You should be fine now. I have super low karma on there. That's pretty good. We wanted to remind you to flare your submission with an appropriate link flare to better serve any questions, discussions you may have. Hello, would it be possible to have a repost of my recruitment post approved for submission? I think it would be beneficial for the recruitment effort. Thanks, Brian. I don't know. I don't really want to go through all these. It just sounds really boring. He's just trying to get his he was trying really hard to get his posts out there. That one regarding, the survey that he wanted to give to the criminals. Remember that? All right. Go on to this one. All right, is this the one we already did earlier? On January 3rd, the Pullman Records Specialist sent me a link to PullmanPoliceDepartmentEvidence.com so I could view and download the videos related to this case. I downloaded 35 videos, which spanned between 11-12, right, a whole bunch of videos. A majority of the videos were in the area of where the suspect vehicles eventually looked. Yeah, I think we did that one, yeah. All right, did that one. Then I think we did 194 here. At the beginning, everything was out of order. Right, that's his interview with his interrogation, basically. And then let's see what this one is. I was assigned the task of examining call detail records that were obtained from AT&T pursuant to a warrant served by Corporal... this one we did too. Yeah. All right, so then we move on to another folder. I might even go back to the one prior, because I think I was looking at that wrong. Like all of these inside of here. Let's see. _X. Yeah, let's take a look at these. These are ones that I found interesting. All right. On December 30th, 2022, at approximately 6:30 hours, I stood by while a search warrant was served at a residence of Brian Kohberger. Did we already do this one? While on the scene of the neighbors who lived in the same building stated her husband returned home and he might be additional information regarding... Yeah, we did that. Okay. That's one I repeated 3 times now. All right, let's see. On November 23rd, approximately 10:39, I told me he worked for 12 to 18 hours. This is the DoorDash right here. So do you guys want to go through the DoorDash again now? Because I think I have this absolutely nailed currently. And I think it'll make sense. I'll use the bigger... let me turn on this... Well, I can just go up here and turn on the two vehicles. Let's see. Right there. All right. So this will make this easy. What I could do is make, no, I don't know. We need a human dot too, but I won't do that. You ever notice Elena's always the one that sort of like countered everybody and always says something kind of it's just weird every single night. It's never, you never have a clean night, you know what I mean? All right, here we go. Listen to this. On November 23rd, 2022 at approximately 8:39 p.m. the DoorDash driver came to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed. I'll just start where down here. M told me she worked for 12 to 18 hours on the night of November 12th to the 13th and received 3 orders in the King Road and Queen Road area. So somebody out there goes, she only got 3 orders that night? Man, she didn't make any money. No. 3 of her orders were in that area. Okay? But she worked all the rest of the day. She probably sold a whole, drove around a lot of different food that day. I mean, people are just kind of, use some common sense there. 2 of the orders were at the Queen Road apartment complex, that's the 500 Queen Road. So 2 of the orders were here, and the other one was right there. So 2 of the orders she get in the area were in this apartment complex, and one of them was right there. So don't, these little spheres at this point mean nothing, all right? It was immediately, so it was 2 of the orders were at the 500 Queen Road apartment complex, which is immediately to the east of 1122 King Road. The DoorDash driver said the delivery at 1122 King Road was her final order for the evening. The DoorDash driver said she could not find the 1122 King Road address as the address number was hidden by the porch light, which caused her to remain in the area for approximately 15 minutes. So when she says approximately 15 minutes, she could have been there for 20, right? I mean, she's just saying approximately 15 minutes. That's all she can remember. But we don't have any idea if that's all the longer she was there, right? So this is where 2 of her orders were up here in these apartments, and the other one was to 1122 King Road right there. But hey guys, we're still not even at the goal yet, so if you're out there, if you can support the channel, I'll donate 5 memberships myself if we get to the goal, but I'll let you guys try to get there. So right there is 1122 King Road. This is 500. This is where she also delivered. All right, let's see. So that said, she could not find the 1122 King Road address. And if you go down there, I guess if, like, let's say we zoom in over there. There's the address, and maybe there was a light or something that made it so she couldn't see it. Don't know. But she was in, caused her to remain in the area for approximately 15 minutes, she says. The DoorDash driver also stated her Google Maps told her to go to the parking lot immediately behind 1122 King Road. So, that's where it told her to go, the behind. So that means she was, there's my, that was the worst, that's my ugly face when I'm just staring blankly into nothing. Right here, this area right there, that is where she probably parked right back here. This isn't my clear version. This is like the Insta360 X3, and then there was an X4, and now I have the X5, which is same clarity as the X4, but the X5 can film at night too. So anyways, if you look at this right here, this is where it told her to park back here, but that's not where she went first. So it said, she told me she worked for, we already did that part, so She stated she initially parked in the front of 1122 King Road. So at first she parked right where we all thought she parked and could see a female in the top left window. I actually think that she was talking about the second floor and didn't notice that there was a third because she was pulled in. The third story bathroom is what they're saying, but why would anybody be looking out the window out of that bathroom? The DoorDash driver said she saw the same female a couple more times in the same window, and she would duck down when the DoorDash looked at her. Then the DoorDash then said she drove to the back parking lot behind 1122 King Road and parked. So from all the way down here, from down there, drove up like this, and then drove back here and parked after she couldn't find it. But I'm not really sure why she drove back there to park. I mean, maybe she thought if she went up there, she could see that it was 1122 King Road. His name is Bryan. No, it wasn't. Just let me just go through it. Okay, I've gone through it. I made a video. I explained it really well in the video. It's just really obvious at this point. So anyways, the DoorDash driver said she saw the same female a couple more times in the same window, and she would duck down when the DoorDash driver looked at her. But Kohberger didn't stop his car until 4:08 in this area here, okay? The DoorDash then said she drove to the back parking lot behind 1122 King Road and parked. She stated she could see the back courtyard. So see that little patio? That's what she's talking about. From up there, you can just look down. There it is. Behind the house. And noticed that all the lights were on. So, man, it was just lit up like a Christmas tree. Even at 4. So that's pretty crazy. Thanks, Dixie Hippie. She says, come on, y'all. Yeah, I don't know why I know, it's just weird. We have these nights where people just, I don't understand it. I work as hard as I can to do all this stuff, and just is what it is, I guess. Anyways, it says, noticed all the lights were on, and then the DoorDash driver stated her map told her to walk into the back of the house, but she did not feel comfortable doing so, which is weird because that's exactly where we thought she delivered it, because the GPS coordinates place her at the back of the house. Comfortable doing so because there was no path. She didn't want to walk down that path, and that's exactly why I don't think Kohberger would want to do that. You would have a great opportunity to rip something or deposit some sort of DNA or something by walking through those trees. The DoorDash driver said she started to walk down the road, which runs north and south immediately to the east of the residence. And they're talking about the road that we're standing on right here. So she started walking down just like this. Watch. Isn't that crazy? I mean, we can actually just do what she was doing. She's walking down like this. And then while she's walking down, and my camera, though, I can look all around. I can do that. And I think it's possible Kohberger actually went down right here later. But anyways. So she started walking down this road. And then she stated a tan sedan drove next to her while she was walking. Now, when I originally read that, I thought, oh, that's probably just Kohberger's car. She just thought it was tan. And then the DoorDash driver said there was a male driver and noticed he did not look at her, and said he looked completely zoned and just drove by her. And then the DoorDash driver later stated the driver was white with blonde or red spiky hair. And I was like, well, that doesn't sound like Kohberger. And then the DoorDash driver also noticed the dome light in the car was on when it went by, and later told me the male was wearing a light collared shirt. Then the DoorDash driver stated she walked back to her car, and so that means, basically backwards. So she went back up to where we are now, and then made it to her car, but, maybe she sat in her car for a minute or two. We don't really know. So she said she went back to her car and then drove to the front of 1122 King Road, at which point she saw the address number. Right, so that means she sat in her car even when she went back there a little bit. During the time that the DoorDash driver was in the area of the King Road residence, the white launcher can be seen via the King Road camera. And so that's the 1112 King Road camera driving back and forth on Willanta Drive. So we've shown that a million times, the timing of it. But I guess we're doing it again. Hold on, I have to open this up. I think it works now. Yesterday Excel wasn't working. Alright, there it is. Now it's on. It's good. Thank you, Van Danadeo. Yeah, we need about, let's see, what are we at? We need probably another 10 channel memberships, and then we'll get to a point where I'll donate 5 myself, so that'll be 15 more we can give out. All right? Right. 13. So we're right around, in this time frame. So if you look at it, at 343, the red here is the Elantra. It's on Ridge Road. 345, the headlights are seen north on Willanta Drive. See, that's where it's really kind of interesting. So then here's Kohberger's vehicle right here. It's over here at 345, and you can see perfectly over there. So you could see originally at 345, you remember how the DoorDash driver said that they parked in the parking spot over here. So he probably drove by and saw the vehicle. And because he saw the vehicle there, he drove around like this. He came around, and he did not go in here. He drove by, and we think he pulled in right there. Because right there's an opening where you can see this entire building. So he parked right there, and he's watching, and he's waiting. So then he takes off, and he drives this way again. He leaves. He does not go into the complex. And we'll see that right here, because look at it. 345, its headlights are north on Willanta, and then at 347.08 they are south on Willanta Drive. So that means it never went in there, because it would have shown up on the camera on King Road and then Queen Road, but it didn't do that. So then it drove away, and the DoorDash driver is still there. And then, let's see, at 348.47, it's over on Ridge Road. So basically what it's doing is going like this. Let me show you. The car drove, BK's car drove around like this. And then around over here, and then down on Ridge Road. There's a camera on this building right here. So you don't get any of this kind of detail on the other shows. I'm just telling you right now. So there's a camera on this building right here, this house. And I have them all listed. I just didn't want to clutter the screen up again. So it comes down here. The Elantra does. And then headlights are seen northbound on Willanta Drive at 350. And it does a U-turn, right? So then at 350 and 27 seconds, it's going north on Willanta Drive again. All right, so I'm going to tell you the order of how this is all working. All right, so I think right around this time frame, even a little bit before this, she'd already looked around. I think she got here at like probably 43, 343. And then at some point, let me just hit OK there. And then at like 347 or something, she drove back here, parks back here for a little bit, maybe 348-ish. She's right over there. And then Kohberger's driving over in this area. And then he does a U-turn right there. So he goes like that and then back up and around. And then right here, he is in this, see, right between 1119 and 11127, the camera here picks up the light of the Elantra driving by. And that is exactly at, let's see, headlights are seen northbound, and that is at 3:50 and 27 seconds. All right, and then 8 seconds after this, I mean, this is so crazy. I just want you to see how this works. 8 seconds after this, a dark figure is walking behind 500 Queen Road. All right, and that's I think this is the tan vehicle driver. So watch this. So here is the surveillance footage. Thanks, that write me out. I think I said it wrong. So look at right in here. I'll move it to about 3. I can actually see it if I scrub by. You can see the figure. That was right in there. So we'll just play it. Wow, I think that's his. You know what? That car right there, that sound you could hear of that car, I think might have been, I don't know if it's Kohberger's car driving back there on. It's crazy. You can hear everything. See, look at right there. See that? See how there's a person walking right there? And this is a 350. And then they come over here and you can still see them right there. Just for a second, right there. Ding, 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 right there. Can you see that? Did you guys see that person there? Look at, 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 look at. Did you see it? So look at that, was at 3:50:55 seconds. And Kohberger's Elantra is right where I'm showing you. Now it doesn't go in again, because watch this. The dark figure walks by, and then you have Dylan Mortensen add a new contact to her phone. And then at 3:51:26, the headlights are going south, and at 3:52:42. But here's what I think. I think I've got these backwards. I think that this one, let me grab the paint. This should be right here. And this one should be Kohberger's. I think he like quickly turned around or something. Let's see, 3:51. No, yeah. So it's about a minute later, so that makes sense. Let me put the red in there. So what happens is remember at 3:50:27 seconds, I just showed you where Kohberger's car is. And then at 3:51:26, I think it's heading south on Walenta Drive. So it's going north and then south, and again does not enter the complex because the DoorDash driver is still around in the area. And let's see. So he's just not certain about it. And I think maybe even when the lights are up here, you can see this parking area from the road there. So he drives around like this, and then maybe he turns around here, and then a minute later he's right back here again driving this direction. All right. And so the DoorDash driver is likely still sitting there, except it's right at this time. So that person that we just saw probably walked over like this, got into a tan sedan right here, right in this area. I don't have another model to use. All right, so let's say that the tan sedan's here. So the guy we just saw got into the tan sedan, and as the DoorDash driver is walking down, they drive by and leave. And then she turns around and gets back into her car at some point. Like, we don't know when. I mean, did she sit in her car for another 4 minutes? I think she probably did. She went back to her car, and she sat there, and that tan vehicle came out and then passed right there, and happens to be the first of those two, because you know how that doesn't make sense to have two souths in a row. See right here? Headlights are seen south on Walenta Drive. Headlights are seen south on Walenta Drive. How is that possible without a north? Okay, so that means one of those cars, I've said this on the show many times, that one of those is not Kohberger's vehicle. And now I think it matches up perfectly. Watch this, 3:51:26, and the guy walking was at, let's see, dark figure was at 3:50:35, and then 50 seconds later, he's got in his car, drove down, turns out, and he's right there behind, between 1119 and 1127. Doesn't that make sense? I mean, you got to admit, that makes complete sense, doesn't it? It's crazy. So that's who that is. And then at 3:53, the headlights are seen north again. So now it's heading back again, the Elantra. It's weird because this one's a weird one because it heads south on Willanta, and we don't know where it went in between when it went north again, because normally we have it coming over here and turning around or something, but we don't have that. So maybe it came over here somewhere, or we don't know. But anyways, it came back and then it drove by this camera again at 3:53:36. And guess what? It did not go into the complex again at that point. See how it's 3:53:36 and then 3:56:24? So that means for 3 minutes, it did something else. And I think, again, so at this point, it hasn't moved yet. I'm going to show you what happened. He comes around like this, and he's still monitoring. So he pulls in over here, and he watches some more. And he's like probably noticing, the lights are on. And maybe there's people moving around because Xana's waiting for her DoorDash or whatever. And then he goes like this. This is only loop number 3, by the way. So he comes out and then he enters into the complex at 3:56:24. And then it starts heading behind 500 Queen Road. So it goes like this. It starts going back like this, and it's right around this time. All right, so just pretend that he's kind of still driving around, and then this car, the DoorDash driver, comes around and parks right in here. All right. Then Kohberger's vehicle continues around, comes around like this, and then slowly drives down, watching and waiting and just sort of watching. And then he goes right there. Now he's behind her. So now I'll read what they said in the document, which is exactly what I just said. Let's see if I can get it over here. So she walked back to her car and then drove back to the front of 1122 King Road, at which point she saw the address number. And then she said she placed the order at the front door and then took a picture and then left at approximately 4 o'clock. Now, if you look at this, so that was at 4 o'clock, but Kohberger had already passed her. She didn't realize it. That's the thing. When you read this, it says, during the time the DoorDash was in the area of King Road residence, the white Elantra can be seen via the King Road camera, driving back and forth on Willanta Drive and then entering the King Road and Queen Road loop at approximately 3:56 hours. At the point, the DoorDash driver pulled into the front parking lot. See, I just showed you that graphically, where he's driving behind 500 Queen Road, and then the Elantra drives down that side street and then pulls into the front simultaneously. It says it right here. At the point, the DoorDash driver pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off. The white Elantra pulled in behind the vehicle, a gray Subaru Forester, that's what she drove, and then exited the King Road at approximately 3:58 hours. And guess what? I mean, look at this. This is just so crazy. Let me just show you how it worked on the map. I get too worked up about it, but it's like, see, Kohberger drives by and he goes out like this, and then at 3:59:04 he drives by right here. The DoorDash driver is still there. And so he drives by here at 3:59:04. I remember the time. Let's see, right here. See that? Now look at this. Beep. Now we got the DoorDash sound. Beep. Beep, beep. Like beep, 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 like that. And then, according to Dylan, everyone's in their room. And then at 4 o'clock and 14 seconds, guess what's happening now? Kohberger had already come down here and just did a U-turn. And at 4 o'clock and 14 seconds is looking over there again and can see that the DoorDash driver is still there. So you know what he does now? He does not go into the complex, and he drives past again. And then he drives all the way around like this. And this is where the shot right here of the missing front license plate is. And then he came around like this and eventually came back in for his final pass, but she was gone. All right, so when he's probably, let's see, what time is that? So 4 o'clock and 14 seconds, he's driving north on Walata Drive, and then at 4:01:30, he's over at the Ridge Road camera. So likely this is probably, he was about right here, and the DoorDash driver had dropped it off, and then you can see these right here at 4 o'clock and 27 seconds, another key fob, 4 o'clock and 28 seconds, another key fob. Now she's getting into her car at like 4 o'clock and 35 seconds, drives out. She's out of there by 4:01. Right? That's when she's leaving. And then at 4:01:30, he's already over. He's at Ridge Road. And then he comes back around. And now she's gone. And he feels comfortable enough to commit the homicides now because there's no DoorDash driver there. Now, if that explanation didn't deserve some super chats, I don't know what does. You know what I'm saying? That is absolutely makes complete sense. If you can come up with something that didn't make sense out of there, let me know. But the vehicle she saw was not Kohberger's vehicle. It was some other person. Man, you guys are a tough crowd. It's tough in here. Yeah. During the time, let's see. So I continued to question the DoorDash about her time near the residence. She told me she walked down Queen Road at one point with her flashlight. Yeah, so that's actually on camera. Flashlight out, and then she can be seen doing so on the footage from the 1112 King Road camera. And then she also continued to tell me the female she saw in the upstairs bathroom window would duck down when she looked at her. She described her as having long brown hair. She stated she could not identify the girl as one of the victims. Hey, thanks, M10. Gray, you're an artist. Well, thank you. Thank you for the support there. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I just try to reach the goals so we have something at the end of the month to give away, but some months are not as good as the others. Thank you, Case Cracked. I think we only need like 3 more channel memberships, and I'll donate 5 myself, which is, cost me 25 anyways. So approximately 30 minutes into the interview, S.A. Skeleton requested that they wanted to verify that she was saying the right things and then the right details. Again, like her brain wasn't, because she does act a little strange, right? Subsequent investigation of video footage and cellular data showed the tan sedan that she saw was likely a light-colored SUV which left the area. Moreover, I'd love to know the timing of that to see if it corroborates what I just said. I mean, there's a lot of people that live in those apartments, but that just kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Hey, thank you, Hilson House of Crazy. Yeah, I think every time, if you ever send one, every time you send something in, and maybe this will be the only time, but I'll do. Where is that? This one. Hilson House of Crazy. Hey, welcome all the freaks out there. Here, I gotta go open up Firefox. Yeah, no problem. I do have some FOIA requests out there, so hopefully we get some more stuff. All right, I'm gonna send it. I'm doing the 5 memberships. I have to load up Firefox though. All right. Did I put the part 3 on there, or does it still say part 2? What does my thumbnail say? I already made a part 3. I don't remember changing it though. I don't think I did. Oops. All right.
I can't swear at a man. Probably not. This is.
Here we go. Here we go. All right, there we go. Who do I give them to? Who do I give them to? 213 MPH, Eileen, PB, Courtney, Anderson. All right. Very cool, very cool. All right. I mean, this is what sucks about not having the trial, because on my channel it would have been so cool to be able to work through everything as we were going, because I built a 3D model of the entire house. I even have characters in the bedrooms where they were, unfortunately killed. I've been out there multiple times with a 360-degree camera where you can just look around and know exactly what they're talking about. But I guess we'll just have to do what we can with the information that's coming out, and just try to figure out what we think happened. All right. I mean, we all know what happened to them, but I mean, some of that stuff we heard yesterday was just absolutely insane, right? I mean, he just went nuts on Xana and Kaylee. And I think it almost looks like Xana might have, well, it sounds like he just absolutely destroyed Kaylee's face, which is weird. And with Xana, he did stab her in the face, but they didn't say it the same way, like she was completely disfigured and they didn't know what they were looking at. So, I mean, that was just crazy. Let's see. I'm behind in the live, but saw the part where Kohberger remarked about the environment. This is Justin Gay. I can put it over here. Saw the part where Kohberger remarked about the environment and its relationship to God, and yeah, I mean, exactly. What a joke. Jeez. Yeah, it is cool to be getting some answers here. I think there's going to be just more and more and more and more coming out. Eventually, we're going to get to see the video, like the August, when he was pulled over in August, missing a front plate, all that stuff. Probably interrogations. Well, thank you guys for gifting memberships, everybody. Awesome. What do you think caused the firecracker sound? I don't know. Who knows? It could have just been a car outside and crunching on the gravel. I don't know. But I don't know what the light she saw under her door. It's not Kohberger. Has nothing to do with Kohberger. It's just, makes no sense. She was drunk too. Who knows? Probably woke up from a dream. I don't think it was a stun. I don't think it was any of that stuff. I know it makes it more sensationalistic to have stun guns, and I think she was probably dreaming and then woke up from the dream and associated what she just heard with something. Yeah, I've already went over that 100 times, Raider. Yeah. Why do you need to know what the file name is of the one that we're just going over right now? It says right there, SUP 104 at the top of the screen. Are there people that need to see it, read it again? I mean, it's like I've gone over it 4 times on the show now. Yeah, no problem. All right, so let's get rid of that one now. Move on to the next one. But isn't that just incredible? Like, now does anybody out there not think that those key fob sounds are the DoorDash driver now? I mean, it absolutely is. I mean, it's just so perfectly right in there. At 3:59:51, you beep it for the 3rd time just walking away from your car. Then you walk to the front door. You probably get there in 8 or 9 seconds. And then you set it down. You take a photograph. Then you start walking back to your car, and then at 4 o'clock and 27 seconds, you unlock it. And then you get back. It's just seems absolutely certain that that's what that is. Yeah. All right. This one says, On November 24th, 2022, I collected a black polar penguin glove. Oh, yeah, I wanted to read this one. Black polar penguin glove from the parking lot of 1122 King Road. Whoa! On November 24th, right around Thanksgiving, they find this glove. I conducted subsequent investigation by watching the BWC of the body-worn camera of Officer Nunez, the first MPD officer on the scene, and looking over the scene photos taken by the ISP forensic team. None of these sources showed the glove was present upon officers' initial response to the scene or during the processing of the scene on November 13, 2022. It is unclear where the glove came from at the time of this writing. Well, there was a YouTuber that found it. I mean, perhaps that made them a little... We know who found it, Julia. But, a YouTuber just happened to find that glove, and boy, it got him a lot of attention on those shows, and it wasn't there prior to that. Pretty interesting, don't you think? The same person who said that a guy on Twitter was Brian Laundrie, and everybody was attacking this poor guy on Twitter. And then even when they found the bones of Brian Laundrie, he kept telling people that was him. Yeah. If you think that's something trustworthy, then I don't know what the hell to tell you. That's absolutely insane. All right, here we go. And he holds company with some really sketchy, dodgy other YouTubers. I mean, one of them's an absolute scammer who just tried to swindle this lady out of all of her money. I mean, it was pretty crazy. So I don't know what he's doing. He's holds some strange bedfellows there. Anyways, right here it says, on 11/13/2022 at approximately 12:05 hours, I arrived at the 1122 King Road reference on an unconscious subject. It was quickly determined the scene was likely a quadruple homicide based on our observations. When I arrived on the third floor to assess the scene, I noticed a medium-sized, curly-haired tan dog on the bed inside the western third floor bedroom, later identified as Kaylee Gonzalez's room. The dog appeared timid, scared, and didn't react to our presence. Due to the chaos surrounding the scene, my initial concern was preserving the scene. As part of that process, I asked one of the officers to shut the door, so the dog did not attempt to jump on the bed with any of the victims. So this is, now we're doing the... Now, don't worry about who I'm talking about. Just don't worry about it. Yeah. No, we don't do that at all. Yeah, I can do it. Well, see, when I'm not saying a name. Unvaxxed Chad. You sound like what kind of a stupid name is that, by the way? But if you when you say people's names, that's it. I'm just saying, referencing somebody. All right? Now, if you want to realize that who I was talking about, then that means you're aware of that. Okay? Right. Excellent. And I can bring up any channel I want on my channel. Right? Like, that's my channel, so I can bring up any name, or if I want to, if I feel like somebody is does a good job, I might bring them up and say, wow, this one person did a good job. Like, I think Plunder does good. Like, she's really good at getting documents, like, she's really good at getting documents. And the docket, they've both helped me out quite a bit. I appreciate them. They have tried to help me learn how to try to get my own documents and stuff. And sometimes when they get them, I help pay for the expensive ones, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, I will say that if if I like somebody. I think there's just a lot of people out there that do shady stuff, and it's just weird how everyone sort of gloms onto those people. Strange. Anyway, so this is all about Murphy right here, right? So this is our first sort of narrative of what was going on with Murphy, and I know a lot of you had questions about that. I never cared at all about what Murphy was doing, but it said at approximately 12:05, so just minutes after they got there, I arrived at 1122 King Road, reference an unconscious subject. It was quickly determined the scene was likely a quadruple homicide based on our observations. When I arrived on the third floor to assess the scene, I noticed a medium-sized, curly-haired, tan dog. Let's see, on the bed inside the western third floor bedroom, which is Kaylee's room. The dog appeared timid, scared, and didn't react to our presence, which is weird because I think Murphy's not like that. So I think it was traumatized. Due to the chaos surrounding the scene, my initial concern was preserving the scene. I wish he had said if the door was open when he... he said, I arrived at reference, and he said, when I arrived on the third floor to assess the scene, I noticed a medium-sized curly-haired dog in the bed, or on the bed inside the western... So was the door open when he went in there? I guess we don't know the answer to that. Hey, look at that. It's a crying shame. Gifted 5 more. Look at that. A night of gifting. Very cool. Hey, thanks, you guys. So after the area was cordoned off and the area was secure, Corporal Snyder... let's see. Well, let me finish up here. So the dog appeared timid, scared, and didn't react to our presence. Due to the chaos surrounding the scene, my initial concern was preserving the scene. As part of that process, I asked one of the officers to shut the door, so that means the door was open. So the dog didn't attempt to jump on the bed, but I guess he could have opened it, looked, and then said, "Hey, can you shut that door again?" We don't know because he doesn't say. After the area was cordoned off and the area was secure, Corporal Snyder began taking photos of the scene, I guess. At some point prior to this process, the dog moved from the bed to under the desk in Kaylee's room. Man, that dog must have been freaked out. After photos were completed, I asked LCSO Deputy Olson to respond and assist by taking the dog to the Humane Society of the Palouse for safekeeping. I wonder why they didn't just have one of the roommates do that or something. It's just weird, right? Straight to the Humane Society. I collected the dog from under the desk. The dog was timid and took some coaxing to move from under the desk, but did not appear to have any obvious injuries or stains on its body or paws. Due to the amount of blood inside the bedrooms where the victims were located and the lack of blood on or around the dog, I don't believe the dog was on or around the victims. I walked the dog. That's just crazy, right? Like, that means the dog was so scared itself, it didn't even go into Madison's room, where Kaylee was. Olson arrived. A short time later, Deputy Olson arrived. I walked the dog from Officer Warner to Deputy Olson, who was standing in the street. At my request, Deputy Olson transported the dog to the Humane Society of the Palouse. I asked Deputy Olson to write on the intake sheet for the Humane Society to not release the dog to anyone unless the MPD gave approval first. After I released the dog to Deputy Olson, I resumed managing the scene until I was relieved by the detective unit. I did not take any photos of the dog specifically during my response to the scene. Some of the photos taken by Corporal Snyder have the dog in the background. The dog can also be seen on body-worn camera. Wow, jeez. That's going to be crazy. I wonder if they'll ever release the body-worn camera but redact. You'd have to redact the whole thing with blood all over the place. Maybe they'll allow blood to be seen, but they'll block out the people. I don't know. That's just crazy. overdoing it with the dog. I don't care about the dog. I'm just reading it for the people who care about the dog. I mean, I care about the dog itself, but I don't care about the dog in relation to the case. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, Plate 8GP. I've never talked about the dog on this show. I'm just doing it because I know people want to. And I'm just reading it. Another troll is going to bite the dust. Right, let's see. My B. Murphy was in the room with the girls, then ran into other room. Well, they're not overdoing it in their report. It's just they're reporting on it. I think it's underdoing it. They didn't give enough information if you really wanted to. Anyway, so that was it. Went to the Humane Society. They do end up eventually giving it to Jack. That's in the document somewhere. I don't know if that's this one. I was tasked of... Oh, there it is. It happens to be the next one in here. On 11/13 at around 4 o'clock hours, the same day... 6 o'clock, excuse me. I was tasked with releasing a dog from the Humane Society to its owner, Jack DeCoeur. The dog had been transported earlier in the day from 1122 King Road to the Humane Society by LCSO Deputy Olson. I released the dog to DeCoeur without incident and gave the impound why would there be an incident? Gave the impound paperwork to Captain Lanier, no body-worn camera. So there you go. Hey, thank you, Chris Q. Whatever that is. All right, so we got that. Then we're moving on to another one from the day. And welcome all the new members there. Previous search warrant and information. Now, based off information obtained during the course of this investigation, I applied for an arrest warrant for Brian C. Kohberger. Previous search warrants and information led investigators to believe Kohberger left Pullman, Washington, and returned to his parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Sergeant Gilbertson, somebody at the FBI, and I flew to Pennsylvania. I guess you have to blot out FBI people's names. And flew to Pennsylvania on 12/29/22 and met with Pennsylvania State Police and FBI personnel there. At approximately 1 a.m. on December 30th, the RSP CERT team conducted an operation at the address and took Kohberger into custody based off of the warrant signed by Judge Marshall. Kohberger was taken to a nearby PSP barracks where Sergeant Gilbertson and I interviewed him for approximately 45 minutes. That's what we went over earlier. It says, see Sergeant Gilbertson's report on the interview for full details. Now, I haven't seen that in the documents, so that might be something you have to order. The warrant was served to Kohberger upon his extradition back to Idaho and his booking into Latah County Jail. I certify under penalty of perjury this is true. Yeah. All right, there you go. As part of the investigation, an extensive search commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass was conducted in the area of King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13, 2022. In the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspects traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other Moscow Police Department officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, they must have known that was the suspect vehicle on like day 1 or 2, was observed traveling westbound in the block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow. I wonder how they found that one. At approximately 3:26 a.m., I guess they did put out those bulletins saying, hey, everybody check your cameras. In Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. on this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. See, that's the... I was telling you guys about that. Hey, look at that. Zozo. 65 months. I'm not sure what the little emoji must be screaming in horror. Right? Is that what that is? Where is... I think I have that somewhere. Where is that? I don't remember where that sound effect is. It's pretty loud. There it is. Ah, that scared the hell out of me, Gray. Why'd you do that, you bastard? Murphy's location during the crime is important. I don't know. For me, it isn't. I mean, to me, it's just like, okay, he was there, and maybe it means something when he barked, and it just does. I don't think it has nothing to do with the crime or anything. To me, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know it's important that people want to have the answers to everything, but it's never been important to me. To me, it's not relevant to the actual case itself, of Brian Kohberger. You see what I'm saying? Like, you want to have the, it has timeline references. Like, when it barked, that's probably when Kohberger's leaving, something like that. Yeah, I mean, if you think Kohberger locked him in the room, sure, but that's all I'm saying. I mean, I think he's sort of like, so even if Kohberger did lock him in the room, it's just some other element that he did, but I don't know. I see what you're saying too, though, but it's just not really. But I mean, I guess it could be important if you want to make it like, oh, I mean, he does bark on the surveillance footage, right? So that kind of gives you some idea of maybe a time frame, and other people heard him barking, but we want to go like, well, how come we could hear him barking? Well, he was outside. Well, why was he outside? And then it's like, well, what does that have to do with anything at that point? Maybe Kaylee had her back door open so the dog could go out on the deck a little bit. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think, M10? What's making you think it's really important? Now, I didn't say anything about it. I never saw it on the docs that he was on the deck barking for 40 minutes. There was just somebody, they could hear the dog barking. Oh, okay. Oh, that was before, right? Because remember, Madison and Kaylee walked the dog, or Madison and Bethany walked the dog. Remember that? Yeah, it's timeline stuff, but, it's, other than that, it's not. I think it may have sounded like he was outside, but no, they actually did a test on that where they took a dog there, I guess, and had it bark and determined the dog would have had to be outside for it to appear. Yeah, it's kind of, I guess it's sort of like the DoorDash, though, was potentially a witness of seeing Kohberger. So I don't know if it's exact, but now the DoorDash, I've even said the DoorDash driver isn't that important to the case. I mean, the case is absolutely rock solid without even having a DoorDash person be a witness. I just think the DoorDash, it's just interesting piece of information how it sort of matches. See, here's what the DoorDash driver is. This is why the DoorDash driver is relevant to the case in a way, but not intentionally. But she actually is the reason that Kohberger, there's a big gap in there. We never really knew why it was like that. Like, we always thought, okay, so the vehicle it leaves at 3:39 right here. Headlights are seen south on Wanta at 3:41:01. And then it doesn't come back into the complex again until 3:56:24, which is like a lot longer than you would think. But the reason is because during that entire time right here, from 3:43 until 3:58, the DoorDash driver was there. I mean, and even more than that, like right to here, this entire stretch right there, the DoorDash driver was in the complex, and he came back in while they were there, but they were in the back at that time and then pulled forward as he was going around, so he thought they were gone. And then when he came around, he could probably see that there were lights in the front of the house again. So then he drove slowly by and around. So what happened was it just sort of ended up being that the DoorDash driver is responsible for that stuff there where the vehicle changed what it was doing, and specifically the 4 o'clock, 4:01 and like 20 seconds or 30 seconds when it drove by the Ridge Road camera and was missing its front license plate. I mean, it just was pure luck, but she became sort of an unwitting hero in a way, just being there. Or you could say Xana is for ordering it. But her not knowing 22 King Road, that's why she was there. She was going to drop the order off at like 3:45, and I guess Kohberger might have actually gone in there when she was there that time too, if she was in the back. But it turns out every time he drove by, he could see her and never went in there except for that one time where he thought they had left. I think it is another element, M10. It's not an element. It's just one of the things that I didn't spend a lot of time looking into. No, it wasn't dumb comparing the two. I absolutely see what you're saying. I mean, what the DoorDash driver has nothing to do with, I mean, the case would have happened anyways. The DoorDash driver is just somebody that had Kohberger change his time frame a little bit. And maybe Murphy did something like that too. Maybe his barking is what sped Kohberger up, you know? Maybe when he was barking, that's when Kohberger's, I gotta get the hell out of here. You know, because right when the barking starts, isn't it like 3:50? I wish I had put that in there. I mean, 4:20 something. Maybe I did. Let's see. 4:19. Is it right here? Bethany calls. Kohberger leaves the residence. Okay, it's right here. At 4:17:50, voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog could be heard barking. So it's right around, and then I think that's right when Kohberger leaves. At 4:18-ish. Might have been 4:18:30, because at 4:19, that's when Bethany calls Dylan, and then Dylan actually calls Xana up at 4:20. And then at 4:20 and 28 seconds, Dylan calls Bethany Funk for 41 seconds. And guess what? Kohberger's still outside at his vehicle during this time, doing his blood spatter mitigation. And then at 4:20 and 47 seconds, the vehicle drives by 1112 King Road. Isn't that crazy? All this stuff was going on right here. Like, especially from right here. Like, he's going outside the door before Bethany calls Dylan. And then 4:20, Dylan calls Xana. No answer. Now she's feeling comfortable to try calling them because she'd already seen him leaving the house, right? So now Dylan's like, okay, I can answer a call. I can do something. And then at 4:20 and 48 seconds, they talk for 41 seconds. And halfway through their phone call, he's driving by 1112 King Road, getting the hell out of there. And then at 4:20, Bethany Funk calls Xana. And then at 4:21:05, I mean, look how crazy this is. So in between, so Kohberger, where the hell is he? Let's put him back over here. He goes by right here at 4:20 and 47 seconds. And in between, from right there and right here, another phone call is made from Bethany Funk to try to call Xana. I mean, it's just crazy. This stuff's going on right as he's still there and he's driving around. Isn't that wild? You ever notice, like, I mean, I don't know if there's other channels that do how I do it because I don't watch them. I just, when somebody wants me to watch a troll or something, I'll check it out or something. Or like a what do you call it? Like the Kohberger shit. But does anybody else go through the details like this at all? Where you're just literally putting the pieces together. It seems like they always have like guests on, and then they start talking about, hey, what was he thinking at this time? Oh yeah, he must have been thinking, and it's just sort of that level of stuff. But I like doing it like this. Don't you guys like to just, like, you're almost the detective where you're putting it together and you see the story laid out in front of your face? I mean, I just love it, man. We've been doing this the whole time during this case. Every time new information came out, we've added it or corrected something that was, maybe they earlier put something out that wasn't right, or we tried to speculate based on the information that was out there and it was a little off. Yeah, I mean, I wish more people liked this kind of, YouTube. I think they would too. Like that's one of the, like when I'm on Court TV, I often tell them, I go, you guys need to allow me to show Google Earth on my computer as my screen, and I'll keep talking, but I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. And they go, yeah, we just can't do it, And I'm just saying, man, you know what? I think your viewers, it reminds me, when you're watching the news channels out there like CNN or Fox News or something, and they always say stuff like, well, we've reviewed the footage and we just don't think you guys should see something like this. It's horrible. Or they'll explain something and somebody's really getting into the technical weeds and they go, I think we're losing our audience. Like we're just complete idiots, right? I want to hear and see the information. Like if I was on Court TV and I was able to show all this stuff, I think the ratings would go up. Like they would just be like, holy crap, did you see that? Man, they were able to show that. They did it one time. I was on with Vinny and we went through the 1330 Linda Lane footage, which is right here when the car's coming around. And then, it was amazing. Like we went through each one of the loops and it just, that show was awesome. That was the only time where me and him got on the phone and we walked through it and he had it all, worked out and we kind of worked on it and then boom, did the show and it was sweet. That was probably the best one that I was on, I think. It was pretty good on the Naomi Arion one too. Yeah, they do, but they don't need to. They have time constraints, but why not have the full segment be like someone like me for 8 minutes? You could easily do it. So the time constraint is really just because you have multiple guests and then they want to ask this one something and then you want to ask that one something and then you want to have this little filler thing in the middle and then do this and that and then come back from a commercial break. But why not just do the entire thing when we come back? See what was around the corner from the... I don't know, man. That's just what I think. Yeah. Yeah, I have a model of the house. The house that that girl made is better, I mean, it looks exactly the same inside, but her outside with the buildings and everything. I think my animation's better though than hers. It's old-fashioned journalism. Those shows are all speculation and emotional now. Yeah, but when I'm on there, I don't do that. I think that's why some of them like me on there, because I just say what the facts are. I'll even just interrupt what they ask me and say what I want to say. Yeah. Like, remember the Delphi when we were all waiting around for the verdict, and I'm up there with, I felt so honored. That was really cool of them that I was up there when we were doing the verdict watch, and we had, I was the only one up there that said, Yeah, man, he absolutely did it. What are you looking for? And I said, justice for those girls. Yeah, Richard Allen's the killer. Everybody else was like, I don't know, maybe he, I thought it was Ron Logan and blah, blah, blah. Oh God, it just got so stupid after a while. It was embarrassing, And then there it is, boom, guilty. We're all Richard Allen. Let's play that really quick. This is what a lunatic said when they were exiting. When Richard Allen was found guilty, this is what somebody said. Listen.
We were all Richard Allen!
And then he said,
You pieces of shit got to the jury, didn't you?
No, they didn't get to the jury. Yeah, they didn't get to the jury, man. All right, anyways, a review of the camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue and see, this is where it also mentions on this video, it appears the suspect vehicle 1 is not displaying a front license plate. But in that footage, they weren't able to tell the years. I'm not reading right now, but I know that. But there was 2 cameras. That was in the probable cause, this one. But there was 2 cameras that showed that it was missing a front plate. It appeared the vehicle had fog lights on the lower portion of the front bumper based off of video obtained from something located. I don't know what that means. This was the video which captured suspect vehicle 1 crossing South Main Street from Steiner. It was on the A&W there. That's right, it's a mart. So what they're talking about is right here. This is Steiner Avenue, and it's driving past, and it's this building right there. There's a camera on this side of it filming the vehicle driving through like that. They have the wrong time, however, in that breakdown that they put out. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial... This is probable cause stuff, but when you read these things, they put different things in here. It's not exactly the same. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of King Road residence at approximately 4:20 at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage, this is really similar to the probable cause in the neighborhood. That does not show the suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. So I've driven that many times, and what it is from right here, Kohberger drove around like this, and then instead of doing what he normally would go, he drove right to here and then straight down, and then a right on Conestoga like this, and then out right there onto Palouse River Drive. Now, some people think he drove this direction and somehow, then made his way, maybe went like this and then across, and then that's Highway 190. This is Highway 95 right here. It was until just recently. I don't know what it is now, but this part right here is new. This right here was not there during the homicides. This was Highway 95 right there. So then you come out, you drive like that. I wish this wasn't even there. It bugs me. And then he did something, but I don't think that's where I think he. I mean, I don't. I'm just a theory that I have is that he went out like this, right? He came out and he drove right down here. This is Palouse River Drive still, and then he came around like this, drove all the way down and is totally in the middle of nowhere, came down, like that, and then cut across, went right through Blaine right there, and then goes underneath what's now 95, but then I actually drove it where I stopped right there, and that was Highway 95 at the time. And then maybe that's where he turns left and goes there. And guess what? You get out here right at 448. Because now it doesn't seem like... if this is true, that this is where the weapon was dumped, he didn't dump the weapon before he left. You know, in that time frame, there's 16 minutes of missing time from when he left the residence to pinging near Blaine. This route that I just showed you takes up that entire time, but it's a really rural area, and all of a sudden he just shows up out here. And then he turns his phone on right around here. Here's that peak. So maybe that hit his phone right there, and then he he just turns left on the Highway 95, and then he just starts heading down. And then at some point, I think it's right around here, he cuts across. And they know that because of that cell data stuff that I was telling you about earlier, where the cell tower shows that it's pinging on this side or that side, etc. Yeah. So anyways, is that making sense to you guys? I don't know if there's anything in here. Yeah, this all just says the same stuff, the 525. According to, let's see. Obtained by request of the FBI, agents in Pennsylvania showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Yeah, this basically is kind of like the probable cause document. I mean, let's see if it says that. That's the narrative. Very, very similar all the way through. All right. Let's see right here. This is on February 2nd, 2023 at around 8 o'clock. Corporal Brett Payne and myself responded to the secure storage area of the city shop to take photos of property belonging to looks like maybe Dylan Mortensen and another unidentified female. MPD had previously removed items belonging to Dylan, Bethany, Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee. Items had also been removed from spare bedrooms on the first floor. Ann Taylor, defense counsel, was granted permission to go through these items. I mean, what a joke. To see what could be released. So she's digging through, you know. She said, Miss Taylor requested we set aside the following items. Items from Dylan's belongings. Handwritten note. So now she's already like, ooh. Let's pin it on her in February because of all the lunatics on social media. Handwritten note, pink and white blanket with red hearts, pink and white cloth, possible used as a curtain or decoration, black and white Van shoes, red and white unknown brand shoes, black and white Converse shoes. She's trying to see if her shoes are in, making footprints, I guess. Items from the spare bedroom, that's the front lower right room. Items from the spare bedroom, Adidas black and white short sleeve t-shirt, green and pink coat. The above items were placed in cardboard boxes and set aside until Miss Taylor can get court order stating she can take the items. Yeah, boy. A few weeks after November 13th, I was at work when I was asked by somebody, an analyst with the FBI, if we had a way to run our records to see if we had any license plates for a white Hyundai Elantra 2011 to 2013. I was able to run all vehicles through Spillman, and I had the FBI agent, parking enforcement, or I don't know who this is. I had somebody, a parking enforcement officer, to run vehicles through AIMS. AIMS is our parking ticket software. It provided me with a printout of the plates, and I handed it to so-and-so so it could be provided to the FBI techs who were checking plates and looking for leads. I was recently provided with a printout of these plates, and I provided to MPD Records Department so they could be scanned to the case. I certify under penalty of perjury, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So I'm not sure what made that one interesting to me, but all right, let's see. I have another folder here. Was that the, oh man, I don't remember which ones those were. Hold on. Do we? I think we already went through all these, right? Let's see. That part earlier was so interesting. That neighbor who saw him. Okay, if we've done some of these, let me know. Let me start over. This is SUP 157. It feels like we were here. That's Walmart purchases. It talked about he bought a ski mask. Let's see. Emailed a formal request, Anderson, for a copy of all videos and audio obtained. That seems familiar. Yeah, I remember this one too. Yeah, that University of Oklahoma. So I'm just gonna zip through these. Feels like we did these already though. Came to work described as a slow day and noticed only one man seated. Yeah, that was the dancer. I wouldn't mind going over that one again though. That was crazy. Okay, this is the where he may have buried the items. We went over that at the beginning. And this one is, yeah, we did that. I just want to make sure that we didn't miss one of these. I was notified via email on Monday. Found property called where RP recovered. Yeah, that was the K-bar, the 4-inch K-bar knife in Genesee. Yeah, this is the one I thought was incredibly interesting. So, is there anybody? If you didn't hear the beginning of the show, well, maybe we'll just do this one again. This one was crazy. All right, so this is says on March 4th, 2023, a person called the MPD tip line and left a voicemail regarding a tip for the case, in which she described seeing a man walk by her house sometime during August or September of 2022. Sergeant Blaker sent me the tip on March 15th. I spoke to the tipster via a phone on March 21st, 2023, and I did not record our conversation. I asked this lady to relay to me what her tip was in reference to. She told me she used to live at, and likely she lived like right here in this house right here, because it's 0.13 miles from 1112 King or 1122 King Road. You go over here, and it's the only house there. I guess it could be that one, but maybe this one's 0.13 was right there. Due east of 1122 King Road. She told me she was home one day in August or September of 2022 when her daughter came running into the house saying there was a man walking through their yard. She stated she looked out the window and saw a man who looked nervous walking on the south side of her house from east to west. She told me she frequently saw people walk by the house, but not in that particular area. She said the man had curly hair with a large nose, and he walked by without saying anything. She stated the encounter became stranger when the same man walked back by the house in the opposite direction, but taking the same route approximately 15 minutes later. She said she stepped outside and yelled to the man. He was on private property. She said the man didn't look at her and simply walked away. She then told me, unprompted, that she believed the male she saw was Kohberger after she saw a side profile picture of him on the news after his arrest. She stated she was 92% sure. 92%. I mean, that's where 2 cents was talking about and added another decimal. I mean, 92%. It was Kohberger. She stated she did not see the man any other times after the occurrence in August or September. But then she said, however, so what you might think, okay, that sounds, but then, however, she told me there was another occurrence in June or July of 2022. And remember, Kohberger started driving over there. That's right around the time of the pool party, when a white sedan, now it's a white sedan, was parked near her mailbox for over an hour. It should be noted that she lives on a dead-end road, or the address is on a dead-end road with only residences. Let's see, then it said, she told me the vehicle left after her neighbor walked out to ask the man if he needed help. She could not positively say what type of vehicle she saw that day. She was not able to provide any further specific details about the dates. On March 22nd, 2023, Sergeant Blaker and I went to the area where that neighbor said that she saw the man. There is a well-worn path from Boyd Avenue through Blake Avenue, which is likely where the neighbor saw the man. In addition, I spoke to the neighbor, who spoke to the man in the white car, identified only as I don't know, it doesn't have a name, and stated he remembered the encounter but could not add any further information. So here's what's crazy about that. So here is Blake Avenue right here. And then here's Boyd Avenue. So they said there's a well-worn path, but this is, on Blake, maybe it's right here, this house. That's even more like directly, and it's almost there, but it's right there. When we were looking at Street View here, apparently there's a well-worn path from somewhere over there that comes through here. And then look at this. Like, if you just went right here and then stepped over that little wall there, just walked right up in that little corner and stepped over that wall, that puts you on Linda Lane. Here, I just flew a million miles away, but let me turn that around. So it was right here is where I was just showing you. There's the little wall there. So you step up, and then now you're on Linda Lane, and look at this. You're right here. Now you're right where that surveillance camera is, 1330. You walk right through there, and then around, and you're right back at the residence right there. So could that be Kohberger on one of those, like another attempt that he went out there? I mean, that might have been during the daytime. They didn't really say what time of day it was, but maybe he went out there to just sort of scout out the area and walk around like he was just some rando person. It's only credible if it's, why did you say 96.725? Why didn't you put it like a 7 in there? It's like 726. Yeah, you didn't see the well-worn path. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. Yeah, what we were looking at earlier, if you go like when you're back here, and there's a place up there that it could have been anywhere. When you say you saw the well-worn path, where was it, Julia? And we were just all looking at it, but maybe it's right through there. Who knows? Maybe walk through somebody's yard through there or something. No, you didn't, Julia. Oh, Jesus. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this where you say to the right, to the right, to the right. Not doing it. Yeah. Yeah, right here, this thing. We don't know if that's a path or not. Looks like somebody's grass. Yeah. I mean, could be. Maybe a car was parked there for a while and it killed it. No, you didn't. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Where then? Over here? Oh, God. This is what I don't... I hate this stuff right here. Oh, God. Forget it. I'm not doing it. All right. It just... it's impossible to get it done. All of your stuff to the left. Nobody knows what that means, man. Nobody knows what that means. No, it wasn't right there. People always want to, they pretend that they see something because then it, oh, look, see, we don't know, man. This is where Boyd Avenue is right here, right? And so right there, ooh, look, there it is. He went right through there. You see that? Oh, man. Oh, God. How come you can't see the well-worn path from a satellite up here? I know that you're serious, but I just don't agree with you. Okay? Right. Okay, I'll go one more time. I'm going to go right to the ground here. Tell me where to go next. All right? I'm only going to follow your directions. Where do we go next? Well, I don't care if you're serious or not, Julia. I'm giving you an opportunity right here. Which direction do we go from here? Hey, Love Boston just gifted a membership to Belly. Where do I go next? You got about 10 seconds. Oh my God! Sorry, the screen. This is all. Look at this. Sorry, the screen went blank. Oh Jesus! Oh my God! Are you kidding me? The screen went blank.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah. Oh my God, what's next? Oh my God, now that she's having trouble with her YouTube. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Ah, it's 10:08 where I live on the West Coast. We are being nice. We're just goofing around with you, Julia. You're a showstopper. So she said it wasn't that spot, but it was somewhere over here, a well-worn path. I was thinking it was up here somewhere, like maybe along that fence. Hey, thanks, Mark Willis. Oh, God. I mean, right up here? Oh, my God. If you say, okay, I'm going to go right here. I'm going to let everything still. Yeah, we were looking at this earlier when we did it. We thought maybe back up in there, came out, and maybe jumped over a fence here or something. But yeah, right up in there, right? And if you come back with no, not there, I'm going to jump out okay, yeah, we already looked over there. Yeah, it doesn't look, I don't see a well-worn path. I see a fence. Okay. Yes, though. Hey, Julia, at least we were able to look at it. We were able to look at it, though. That was good stuff. That was good stuff. All right, let me, okay, so I did make it to the next, so 200, and I think I made it into the 201 to 250 folder. Oh, no, that was wrong. All right, let's see if some of these have anything. I know you're sincere. I just don't see it. A worn path. I see a fence. We're just goofing around with you, Julie. Don't worry about it. All right. Hey, thanks, Emily. Welcome. I see a fence, though. I'll give you that. We were looking at that earlier. What are you talking about, Simpson? Troll alert! Troll alert! Troll alert! Simpson diary! Troll alert! Don't you like that song, Abracadabra? I always liked that one. Yeah. Let's see. Do you think the time of year depends on how well you see it? Yeah, it might. Maybe we could, just for you, Julia, we can go up in the air, really quick, and I was hoping I could see something from here, they said, but I think it goes through here. Like, I think you walk up and it goes through the woods and come out over here somewhere. But what we could do is go to Google Maps. You just click on that button there, and then it puts you in the general area. So this is it right here. So let's see what happens. Jesus, what the hell's going on here? Whoa. Man, that was weird. I've never seen it do that. Alright, so go to Street View here. And then let's see. This is, if we go maybe, let's just go right there. And then up here, oh man, they only have one time ever, October of 2021. So this is October 2021 footage, and it's the only, usually they have historical Street View, but it's not there. There's no more. All right. No, I gave it a whirl for you, as they say. Well, no, I didn't want her to feel bad, you know. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't see it, you know. It was so funny. Like, okay, I'm stopping it just for you, and then all of a sudden her computer breaks down. Maybe that was Kohberger. All right, let's see. Okay, here it was, right here. 2:46. On Tuesday, October 10th, 2023, I met with WSU student, hereto referred to as something in reference to this case. I was accompanied by FBI agent Hilly for this interview, as well as the FBI interpreter who was present. Maybe this is the Korean. Yeah. Was present via the phone. Call is from, this is a summary of my interview. Let's see. She was interviewed once previously by FBI, or it doesn't say she or anything. In December of 2022, was a former teaching assistant with Kohberger and shared an office. So that this is her. An office with him for the fall semester of 2022 at WSU. I began by asking her to tell me how she met, or no, it's a he in this case. Huh. So it's a different person, another teaching assistant. How he met Kohberger, stated they were both TAs for the criminology program at WSU and shared an office in Wilson Short Hall, considered Kohberger a friend, and stated he thought Kohberger was very intelligent but also selfish. He said Kohberger would often mislead him when it came to their shared work and would have him complete work meant for him, for Kohberger. Jeez. You know, this person said, let's just say Larry. Larry said Kohberger came to his dorm room on one occasion around the time of the homicides. Larry was unsure on the exact date. After Larry asked him for a ride to class, Larry also added Kohberger began to talk much more than usual after the homicide. Larry characterized Kohberger's conversations as those coming from someone who wanted to vent. Larry stated Kohberger attempted to use his authority as a TA to inappropriately interact with female students. Larry stated he thought Kohberger wanted a girlfriend and added they talked about Kohberger wanting a girlfriend on many occasions. Wow, sounds like Elliot Rodger, doesn't it? Elliot Rodger here. Larry said Kohberger told him he might lose his TA position over an issue with Dr. So-and-so. Kohberger asked Larry to help fight the allegations, but Larry stated he refused to help Kohberger. Larry characterized Kohberger as a dishonest person. To support this, Larry stated he spoke to Kohberger in late December of 2022, and Kohberger said he was packing his bags to catch a flight back to Pennsylvania. That's interesting because he drove with his dad. Larry later learned Kohberger had been back in Pennsylvania for some time and drove back with his father. So let's see. Larry stated he spoke with Kohberger in late December. Must have been on the phone. And Kohberger said he packed his bags to catch a flight back. Later he learned Kohberger had been back in Pennsylvania for some time and drove back with his father. Larry then told us about some injuries he witnessed on Kohberger's face and hands. See, this is interesting right here, right, you guys? Larry was unsure of the date, but stated he thought he noticed the injuries on two separate occasions in October and November of 2022. Larry stated one injury was large scratch on Kohberger's face, with Larry described as looking like the scratches from fingernails. Larry said he also saw wounds to Kohberger's knuckles on two separate occasions. When Larry asked Kohberger about what happened to him, Kohberger replied he had been in a car accident. Larry also stated Kohberger was frequently 20 minutes late to their classes. I asked Larry what he and Kohberger would talk about. Larry said Kohberger liked to discuss his area of study, which was criminal decision-making and burglary-type crimes. Kohberger liked to discuss the area of which he was a criminal, was criminal decision-making and burglary-type crimes. Wow. That's exactly what he wanted to do. Yeah, this is one I found earlier, using ChatGPT. What I do is I use ChatGPT and just kind of have it review it really quick and see if there's scan it and go, okay, cool. If I like it, then I put a mark on it. What do you guys think of that? That's crazy. I mean, he had, marks on his knuckles, a scratch on his face. What was the dog? Now I'm curious. I didn't mean to be, but I always dismiss the dog killing incident. When was that? Was that in October? Because wouldn't that be crazy if those dates line up? Because he said October and November. Well, maybe it was the animals that you guys talk about. I never put any weight into the animal thing, but who knows, right? Let's say Hilly and I advised Larry to reach out if he wished to add anything to what he told us, and concluded our interview. Well, I thought that was really pretty interesting. I'm going to put some more info on that one. Put like scratches. His favorite book was If I Did It, This Is How. Wow, that's amazing. And his favorite book was titled If I Did It, This Is How. Jeez. I mean, his story is worth millions. You know that? Like, that's what sucks about all this. Like, if he literally can sell it, he can get millions of dollars and give it to his parents. And I mean, I think a network would pay him $5 million for it. I mean, if you're going to pay Biden $10 million for his memoirs, wouldn't you give Kohberger $5 million if you were a network wanting to have the real story? My God. Gray, I can't believe you made it about politics. What do you mean? I just said it. I read it today that he got $10 million. All right, let's see. Right here. On June 7th, 2023, I reached out to Dr. So-and-so, Chief Medical Examiner for the Spokane Medical Examiner's Office, to arrange a meeting with the Latah County Prosecutor Team. Dr. S. stated she could meet on June 28, 2023. On June 27, 2023, I met with T.S. MPD evidence technician and had item 7:33, K-bar knife temporarily released to me so I could bring it to the meeting with Dr. S. I locked item 733 into a temporary lockbox in the Moscow Police Department detectives as our meeting was on the following day. On June 28, 2023, I removed the item. On June 28, 2023, at approximately 10:30 hours, myself, along with Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Jeff Nye, and this is a big meeting here, and Ingrid Beatty met with Dr. S, probably Singh, right, at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's office. Dr. S had pre-selected several photos from each victim to go over with us so she could describe the shape of a weapon. So I remember from the Jodi Arias case actually, taught us a lot about like the knife, when you stab somebody, if it's a one-sided blade, you have one part of the wound is a really sharp pointed edge and the other side is sort of blunt. If it's a double side, like a dagger, you'd have two sides with two sharp points on both sides. Madison had defensive wounds? Where did it say that? Well, do you mind if I read through this? I hope you're not like... I didn't see any... all I know is that I think Xana and Kaylee... Xana had a bunch of defensive wounds. I don't know about Kaylee. I don't know when you say Madison, I don't know what you're talking about. You just said that again. If you say it one more time, I can't stand people like that. Can criminals profit from book deals? Yeah, sure. Hey, Gray, Madison had defensive wounds. What do you think of that? Where? Where does it state that she has defensive wounds? I haven't read anywhere, ever at all. It wouldn't shock me if they're in these documents somewhere. But I don't know what you're talking about. All right? So if you provide me with evidence of that, I'll look it up. All right, what do you mean you read? I read she did as well. What does that mean? Why wouldn't you be still there, Julia? God. Just so disruptive, Yeah, I don't agree with you. If I find it in the documents, I'll come back on and say, "Yep, it was there. Wow." Right. No, I know what they did have the. Well, they had Kaylee confused with Xana. So maybe that's what they're. And then these people are confusing Kaylee with Madison. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're still here, Julia. See, she said, "I'm still here because I care." All right. What a nice thing to say. Is it here? It is there. You shouldn't be so rude. Okay, show it to me. Loth 70. Go ahead. You shouldn't be rude yourself. You know what makes you rude is you saying that. You're not that important or interesting, all right? My God. Oh, hey, Gray. Oh, hey, it's there. Where I've read all the documents so far. I haven't seen it anywhere. If you want to show it to me, show it to me. Now, so now we got the Troll Centrals in here. We got to get rid of them. So, see you later, Jam Pepper. Have a good one. You'll never comment on here again. And see you later, Wath 7. All right, have a good one. And see you later, PL8GP. All right, let's see. Convicted person may not profit from their crimes, federal law. Well, it's federal law, though. Yeah, so if you find the document, let me know which one it's in. You know, I don't know why I'm showing up as Julia. You know me as Juju Bean. Oh, really? Oh. Maddie had wound to face, liver, lung punched. Yeah. Remember that? That was in one of the first documents we went through. Let's see. Yeah, so see what we've done here? We've stopped going over a document for 10 minutes to listen to something that nobody can verify, and we're just going around and around in a circle. And we like to just kind of keep moving forward with the facts of a case. If you can find me the document that says that Madison Mogen has defensive wounds, while it's interesting, it's not like earth-shattering information. It would mean like she woke up for a second and then tried to block a few and had wounds, you know. Maybe when the person said, hey, somebody's here, you know, she woke up. Or, you know, I'm sure the first stab somebody gets, they wake up for a second and they say, what are you doing? And then, you know, try to block something. I mean, it's a freaking nightmare no matter how you look at it. Yeah, we get the same trolls that show up every time, you know. Oh, Gray, you're so this and you're so that. I just like to keep moving forward with information. So whenever we have to stop and we're trying to like figure out something that nobody can prove of anything, that's where it gets really slow, you know. Let's see. So doctor described how some of the wounds had 2 points, there you go, on either end, and how some wounds had a point on one end, so point is what I was talking about, and a square shape at the other end. So that would be like a K-bar knife, how one side isn't sharp. Dr. S explained how the K-bar knife could have created these wounds depending on the depth of the injury. So I guess the upper part, the point of a K-bar knife, has sharpness on both sides. Dr. S explained the tip of the knife, having sharp edges on either side, would show a wound with the point on either end. So if it was a really shallow puncture, it would show that, but if it continued in, it would probably then have more of a square. But it seems like if you puncture straight in and it created the 2 points, that would sort of override the flat edge later, you know? Hey, wow, thanks a lot, Kim. Not your cup of tea. Yeah, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I hope everybody likes, though, I try to put together the information in the right order. It's just, when you're doing these live streams, it gets really frustrating when people, I'm not referring to Julia. I was interested to see where the path was, but when you come in and people claim certain things, nobody knows what you're talking about. If you want to claim something, send me the document in it. All right? That's what I want. Hey, Gray, I sent you a document. It shows Madison Mogen. I'm not even saying that you're not true. It's not true. I just haven't seen it myself. And I've gone over a lot of the documents, like probably 70%. Did I read that Madison had a cut from her eye to the nose? No. I think it was Kaylee. Where are you reading these things, everybody? This is really weird. I never read one part where Madison had a cut to her face. Kaylee's face, apparently he just pummeled her face with knife and blunt injuries, and also some kind of a thing maybe in her mouth for a moment. Really disturbing shit. Well, we don't know, though, Julia. Yeah. See, now look at Julia saying Maddie had a cut from eye to nose. I didn't read that yesterday when we went over it. Okay, maybe it comes out later in the documents. I don't know. If I did read it last night, then maybe I missed it. We can go back over that here in a few minutes. I've already been on it for 3 hours, and man, that's crazy. Let's see. Let me just read the rest of this. S described a deeper wound would show a point on one side and the square on the other. You'd think, though, that the points on both ends would override the square, and how it matched the shape of the knife blade, having the single sharp edge on one side and a square edge on the other below the tip. Dr. S pointed out some of the wounds had a mark that was consistent with the guard of the K-bar knife. So that means he punctured, stabbed all the way into the guard. Jesus. I hope that's not what made the mark in Kaylee's mouth. Like he literally stabbed her right in the mouth and it just went and hit her on both sides of the mouth. Wouldn't that be insane? Yeah, they weren't I went over this all last night. You know, we were the first people to actually go over it. Let's see. Dr. S described some injuries that depicted that the strength of the weapon itself and the force used would have been great. So just absolutely, he was going nuts. Yeah. Now you send it to here. But if you're not sending me a document, don't send it. Okay, if you're sending me what it says somebody else said, then no. On Thursday, June 22nd, 2023, I received an email from the Idaho Records Department containing all reports of documentation of the stabbing incident which occurred in Idaho County in 2022. I attached the files to this case. So I guess that was some other one that they were looking into. On Thursday, June 8, 2023, I accessed Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra in order to photograph items in the trunk compartment. The items were identified as being ordered via Amazon by the same account Kohberger used to purchase the K-bar knife. I was able to identify 3 items from the trunk compartment which I could positively identify as the same items ordered from Amazon per the return obtained via subpoenas. In this case, the first item was a bottle of supplements named Amandine Vitamin D3K2 Vegan on the Amazon return. The bottle was in the trunk compartment and was contained in a small plastic bag. The bottle's label read Amandine Vegan Dietary Supplements. The second item I positively identified was labeled Lead Brand Scissor Jack 1.5 tons. On the Amazon return, I found 1.5 ton scissor jack in the trunk compartment. The third item I located was a labeled Cartman Warning Triangle, DOT approved. On the Amazon return, I located a red rectangular plastic box with warning triangulation. That thing inside. I photographed these items and attached the photos to this case. Now let's see what this one is. On January 25th, 2023, the warrant was granted on let's see. Information and user data associated with Tik Tok. Let's see, I recently received an email from Tik Tok stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. Yeah, so in searching for the geolocation of the IP, I found it returned to NordVPN of Seattle, Washington. NordVPN had been located as an installed app on Kohberger's phone. No information was provided by Tik Tok regarding, oh yeah, that's interesting. So let's see, on March 3rd, 2023, I received an email from Tik Tok stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available to download. I logged into the law enforcement portal and began downloading the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. The email received from Tik Tok also stated, "Please note that after diligent search, we are unable to locate any Tik Tok account associated with the identifiers." You know, maybe that's the Kohberger and then the DeSalle University one. In searching for geolocation of IP addresses, I found it returned to NordVPN out of Seattle. NordVPN had been located as an installed app on Kohberger's phone. No information was provided by Tik Tok regarding messages sent or received, followers or following accounts, or users created content. A warrant return receipt and affidavit were completed, and these documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. A copy of the receipt was sent to someplace this was originated. I don't know. I mean, maybe he looked at their accounts on TikTok using a VPN. All right, hold on. Let's see.
Tonight here, just 24 hours after Brian Kohberger was sentenced to life.
So this is an ABC article. So let's see, because these guys get this stuff wrong all the time. Just letting you know. Families of the University of Idaho murder victims directly addressed the admitted killers. One of the surviving roommates also gave an emotional statement. Judge Stephen Hippler acknowledged Kohberger's motive. Let's see. The students, roommates, Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Kernodle's boyfriend Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death at the girls' off-campus. Here, look. Kohberger liked to discuss criminal decision-making and burglary-type crimes. Yeah, that's what we were just reading tonight. Yeah, and this is we also read that tonight. Wounds to Kohberger's knuckles. I have to do it myself, though. I don't have a crew of 87 people. Okay, you read these 5 and these 5 and tell us what the ones. Police report revealed gruesome crime scene. Some of the victims were bathed in so much blood that officers at first could not sort out what additional injuries there might be, and their faces were so badly damaged they were unrecognizable. See, when they say they and all these theys, they only said one in the documents whose face was unrecognizable. Blood was smeared on walls and floors, a report said. Xana Kernodle had over 50 stab wounds, mostly defensive, officials said. Nothing, noting, so most of the wounds were on her hands and, arms and things like that. That an intense struggle had occurred. Kernodle's fatal injuries were stab wounds to her lung and heart. Man, that just, think how shitty that is, man. Remember that video where you see Xana outside when the police... And just sort of picture, like, Kohberger, she was trying to, like, stop him, and he just wouldn't stop, and she did her best, and tried to block a lot of it. Madison appeared to be laying up against Kaylee. See, it doesn't say that in anything that I've read so far. Against anybody. Madison had what appeared to be wounds to her forearm and hands, a report said. Now, I haven't seen that at all. Madison had a gash under her right eye, which appeared to go from corner of her eye to her nose. Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged. See, I'm wondering, are they mistakenly... This is supposed to say Kaylee here, because right here you say, you go into this, and I don't know. It's just weird how you go straight to Kaylee was unrecognizable as her... Like, almost like you're finishing up the paragraph about who you were talking about. I don't know. It's weird. Thanks, Laura Ann. So I do see it in this article here. But is anybody... Hey, good night. 2 cents. Thanks for showing up. Be cool to see you again. Yeah. It's always good having you in here. Makes me think of the old days, So it does say it in this article here. Is that where you guys all saw it? Has anybody seen it in the released documents? Because I have not seen that yet. Maybe they were told by somebody. And if that's the case, then I would have no way of being able to verify it. Right, let's just go over these ones again at the beginning here. I'm just going to skip 2 different parts. That's different. This one. Okay, so when I arrived, I entered the residence. I went to the 2nd floor. I observed a female wearing a sweatshirt and underwear laying in the middle of the bedroom floor covered in blood. That's Xana. I observed deep lacerations indicative of defensive wounds on the female's hands. The female was surrounded by blood on the floor. I observed a male laying on the bed. The male appeared to have suffered from stab wounds and lacerations to the neck. The male was covered in blood, and the bedding around him was soaked in blood. In a 3rd floor bedroom, I observed 2 females laying in bed, which appeared to have been stabbed to death. The female laying on the left half of the bed, as I looked at it from the doorway, was unrecognizable. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. That means in the face. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern. The bed had multiple stab wounds. Let's see. I skipped something. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. The 2nd female on the right half of the bed had multiple stab wounds. The comforter was soaked in blood. That's Madison. Alright, so that was not in that one. It was in one of these next ones or something. Let's see. I asked the females. A bed on their backs who appeared deceased. So this is on the 3rd floor in the southeast bedroom. I saw 2 clothed females laying on a bed on their backs who appeared deceased. One female on the left side of the bed, in relation to the bedroom door, had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. The other female had multiple lacerations on her upper body and some blood on her face. So they didn't say anything about any right there, right? I walked to the far side of the bed to determine if the female on the right, meaning Madison, was beyond help. I saw the female leg was off the edge of the bed, and it had lividity. Once I noticed the lividity in the female leg, I backed out of the room. Officer Nunez and I checked the rest of the 3rd floor and saw it was clear. There was a poodle in the west bedroom on the bed, which was later taken to the Humane Society. And we got the narrative of that. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't see it in any of these where it talks about that. What do you mean, bingo? What does that mean? Bingo what? Upon entering the room, I observed a female laying supine on the floor next to a bed. That's Xana, I think. No. Why did you feel that way, Kelly? That's weird. Let's see. I mean, I wouldn't even come close to following true crime if I was like, oh man, you know, look at something and. All right, let me see. Okay, I hope you sent me the actual. God. What's the number of the document? All right, just type in the document what number it is. I'm not going to read like a screenshot of a. You know, tell me what the document number is, and then I'll read it. Because these screenshots are just ridiculous. What is the name of the document? Okay, number 150. You know, they go from 1 to 350. I'm not sure why you're typing in page 28. I'm asking for what's the name of the document. Yeah, I heard that the federal government could give them charges for stalking, etc. So when you say page 28, what are you referring to? Are you guys just doing this on purpose? I mean, this is crazy. Send me the name of the document so I can just pull it out of my files instead of... I want to see the original. Oh my god, I wasn't even talking to you. I don't even know what you're... They didn't send me a document though. Yeah, I didn't get a document sent to me. All right. So if you send me a document, I'll go to page 28. But nobody sent me a document, so it's hard to go to page 28. I got screenshots of something. Did you hear what I said? The Hitman? Did you hear what I said? There's no document called General Narrative Spillman. What is the name of the document in the 350 files that were released that has that in it? Okay, it must have a number on it. I know it is annoying, isn't it? It's just absolutely annoying as hell. It's just I just don't understand people. You ask for help and they send you a screenshot and I'm not reading it. You tell me which document it is and then I'll go do it. Because I have them all, you know. I have them all right here. Look. See on my screen here? 0 to 50, 51 to 100, 101 to 150, 151 to 200, 201 to 250, 251 to 300, 301 to 314. Right, which number is it, Raider? I know what the numbers are. They're right here. Look. They say it on every one. SUP 51, SUPP, and then there's a number after it. Why do you guys keep typing in page 28? I don't understand what you're talking about. If you open up a document like this, for example, this one has 2 pages. There's page 1 and there's page 2 right there. So the very first document. All right, let's see. And I'm telling you. We'll give it one shot here. So in this one right here, oh, okay. Well, this is one that I actually just a minute ago opened up and skipped down. So you're saying in here, right? So I didn't get to the bottom of it. All right, let's look at it. All right, man, you guys are insane. Just say it, you know. I guess one of you did say General Narrative Spillman, right? But just say that it's in the document where there's 1 through 50, but it's in there too, or anything, you know. I don't have the names memorized. All right, so let's go. Let's read this part here. All right, so on 11/13/2022 at approximately 11:56 hours, Moscow Police Department officers responded to an unconscious call. The RP, later identified as probably, I don't know, reported her Bethany Funk, reported her roommate was passed out, not conscious, and not breathing. As I was preparing to leave the station, OFC Nunez, who was already on the scene, advised of a likely homicide and asked for additional units. While I was en route, Officer Nunez advised he had located 2 additional victims. The victims were later identified as Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Madison Mogen. Moscow EMS was asked to stage and not respond to the scene unless requested. Man, that sucks. I didn't actually scroll down. I thought it was just a page full of this stuff. You know, like, looks like a phone record. It's right there at the bottom. Guess I gotta always scroll down to the bottom, you guys. And thank you for finally getting to the correct document. Let's see. As I was preparing to... down here it says, upon arrival, I saw crouching near... So Hunter Johnson, crouching near the entrance to 1122 King Road. Man, he must have been just... obviously emotional distress. I entered through the first floor door, which faces north towards the parking lot. I announced myself as a Moscow police officer. I guess Hunter didn't talk for a couple days. And heard OFC Nunez and Warner respond from upstairs. When I got to the second floor, I saw a female covered in blood in the bedroom on the northwest side of the second floor. I believe this female to be Xana. I looked inside the bedroom. Xana was lying, and it was obvious an intense struggle had occurred. Xana was obviously deceased. There was blood smeared on various items in the room, man. And all over the floor, there was blood cast off on the walls in various places, including above Xana's body. Wow, I mean, on the ceiling. So he was probably, you know, when you stab somebody, you pull the knife out and you bring it back, it flings blood up onto the ceiling and stuff like that. In the room. And then it says, all over the floor, there was blood cast off on the walls in various places, including above Xana's body. Xana was on her back on the floor in the center of the room with her head towards the west. Xana was in her underwear and a long-sleeved gray shirt. Both her shirt and underwear were covered in blood. Xana's face and body was covered in dried blood. I could see what appeared to be defensive knife wounds on Xana's hands. There was a deep gash on Xana's left hand between her pointer finger and thumb. Wow, so right in the middle there, that web, the webbing there. A partially covered male was on the bed and also obviously deceased. I believe this male to be Ethan. The midsection of Ethan's body was covered with a blanket. Ethan's head wasn't visible and appeared to be between the bed and the south wall. Wow, so his head was like, he was on his back, but his head was so bent back that it was between the bed and the wall. That's crazy. There was some blood cast off and what appeared to be arterial blood spray above where Ethan's head was located. I proceeded upstairs to the third floor. Let's see, let me read that again. There was some blood cast off and what appeared to be arterial blood spray above where Ethan's head was. Jeez. I proceeded upstairs to the third floor. Well, this is much more detailed than the other one. Where I met Officer Nunez and Warner. Officer Nunez and Warner advised the residence was clear of any additional people. There was a dog belonging to Kaylee in the third floor west bedroom, which has access to a third floor deck. The deck has no exterior access to the ground level. I remember people thinking, hey, did he use a grappling hook? And, you know, it's like, whew. I asked Corporal Snyder to cordon off the area and Officer Nunez to start identifying the subjects that were on scene when he arrived. I asked Officer Warner to start a crime scene log at the front entrance. Once Officer Smith arrived on scene, I asked him to stand guard at the kitchen sliding door, which I later learned was ajar upon our arrival. And so this is why it's important to, you know, when you guys say, get me to the document, now we can say that, oh yeah, because I can't tell you how many times ABC and other places have the information absolutely incorrect. Daily Mail, you know, I mean, like 80% of them, you know, it's just crazy. I don't know, why are we talking about page 118 again? I don't get it. On the third floor, I went to the southeast bedroom where OFC Nunez and Warner advised they found 2 females, whom I believe to be Kaylee and Madison. Both females were obviously deceased. I observed Kaylee lying on the north side of the bed and Madison lying on the south side of the bed with their heads towards the east. Kaylee and Madison were covered by a pink blanket. So they were still under it, right? That's wild. Which was covered, and one of her legs was sticking out, covered in blood. There was a large pool of blood near Kaylee's midsection. There was blood cast off on the east and north walls. Yep, that makes sense. The north wall is the one that joins the bathroom. And the east wall is the wall that the head of the bed is against. There was blood cast off on the east and north walls above Kaylee and Madison. Madison appeared to be laying up against Kaylee. So there's that part. Madison appeared to be laying up against Kaylee. Madison had what appeared to be wounds to her forearm and wounds to her forearm and hands. And then it says Madison had a gash under her right eye, which appeared to go from the corner of her eye to her nose. Wow. So there you go. That's a real thing. Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged. So it seems like out of the 3 girls, Madison was the one that was less, you know, had less tact to her, though. You know, because here's what the thing is. I think he went in there, and he, you know, whatever he was going to do, and he was going to kill Madison, but he was just going to kill her and then leave. I think he was going to leave the K-bar knife sheath. But then things went awry, so it got a little bit more hectic than it was supposed to be for him, you know. So let's see, Madison had what appeared to be wounds to her forearm and hands. So, I mean, you could look at that as defensive wounds. They didn't call it that. Madison had a gash under her right eye, which appeared to go from corner of her eye to her nose. Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged. I wonder what the autopsy in terms of, like, if her face was broken up or, you know. I asked OFC Nunez to close the door to the bedroom so the dog did not try to disturb the scene. Other than that action, MBD patrol officer left the scene as it was found. I was later confirmed with OFC Nunez that no EMS personnel entered prior to the arrival. I contacted Captain Barrett and advised him of the situation. Captain Barrett said he would activate detectives and get more resources en route. I collected the dog from the 3rd floor and took him outside. Yeah, that sucks. I don't know how. That's so crazy that they put that at the bottom of all of this crap, you know. You got like 5 pages of that, and then all of a sudden there's this really, almost like they did that intentionally. You know, sort of hide it at the bottom of this long, like, you look at that and you go, okay, this is, you know, and you get out of there, right? Yeah. Huh. Well, there you go. Crazy. Well, you guys got it. You saw it. It was real information. I'm glad we were able to find the original document, and even when you said it was on the that page, the supplemental, that's the name of it, but I didn't know what folder it was in or what you were referring to because I didn't say, I don't memorize the names. I go by the sup number. But yeah, that very first one was called that. It just, man, they put it at the bottom of a bunch of crap. Man, that's just so shitty, I mean, he went absolutely nuts in there on them. I mean, he had so much rage and anger. Think about that. Like he wanted to destroy their beautiful faces. All three of the women had some sort of a cut on their. Two of them were pummeled in the face, and Xana had cuts to her face, but Kaylee got the worst of it. And I think any of the girls that fought back, they got severe damage. I think Kaylee tried to fight, and I think Xana tried to fight. I think Madison maybe just slightly woke up and was like, put a hand up, but then got killed quickly. No, Ethan just had sound like a wound to his neck and is like the back of his legs, which is weird because he's found on his back with legs off the end of the bed, and then his head's tilted back between the wall and the bed. So how did he get flipped over where he had the back of his legs cut? That's pretty weird, isn't it? Anyways, thanks for sending that out. Sorry it takes so long to... I know it's frustrating for people who just want me to move on, but sometimes I'm like, okay, I got to get the answer to this, and at least it didn't take too long after that. So let's take a look at the my 3D model really quick. Yeah, I think every one of them woke up for a moment. I think depending, it just might not be. I think Ethan probably wasn't awake for more than seconds. But don't forget to hit that subscribe button out there if you're not a subscriber, and hit the like button. We've only got 779 likes. That's actually pretty amazing for me. Some shows are smoother than others. Let's put it that way. Let's see. File. Hold on. Come on. Open recent. There we go. Alright, so we're going. If you're just hang out here for a minute, you'll see we got the 3D model here. Alright, so there's my whole 3D model of the house that I built. Took me, I don't know, a month or so. Let's see. Turn this, so that's the second floor roof. See, I had him like, I didn't know how he was or anything. Interestingly, I mean, I did rotate him, I think, the other day, so. It's that one. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to, like, bring in a whole different character. I might even do that, actually. Because these guys are already animated, I think. Yeah, well, not really. I mean, they are sort of moving slightly there. Yeah. It's going to be tough the way I have it set up in there. But I think she's flipped over on her back, obviously. And then so I've had these guys in the right spots for a long time, for years now. But recently, like about a few months ago, I turned her around. She was facing the other direction. I didn't know she was on her back until just a couple days ago. Then he's on his back and his feet are off the edge of the bed and his head is between, so that means this was probably like the bed is slightly off the wall, a little bit like that. So I think what I'll do is probably just add to this. I might remove every single person in there and then redo them. Well, let's see. Maybe we could do, if I go to the third floor and remove the roof there's these guys I think I might be able to modify, maybe. No, because they're actually just, there's no bone structure in either one of these. And then actually in 3D Studio Max there's a bone system, like you literally put in the forearms and everything, and then you can bend the mesh around it using that. So the other characters have that. So I think I might have to do is, well, she's probably in a pretty, I think that's how she was. Although they said she was unrecognizable, so maybe her head was like, maybe she's a little bit more forward to that and back, leaning against the wall. And then she's probably, the other character that I'll put in, it'd be kind of like, she would be on her back and then rotated, a little bit like this, probably against Kaylee over there, and then her foot's off, the legs off the bed there, something like that. And then maybe this then is over here, like that, the knife sheath, because it's on her right side. So, something kind of like that, I guess. And her legs off the edge of the bed too. Alright, anyways, we'll figure it out. But anyways, thanks for getting that information. It does get frustrating up here. You gotta admit, like, if you were in my shoes, you get just as frustrated, I can tell you. It gets very, like when you got people going, gray, 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 and you're not getting, all I need, if you just send me the PDF file that it came from, I would be right there in 2 seconds. That's it. And then I'm right onto it, Then I'm like, oh, okay, that one. Let me go find it. Okay, there we go. Because I would look in my own list because I downloaded it from their website, so I know that every file that I have is authentic and real. I'm not saying if you sent me PDF I wouldn't believe it, but at least I could find the same corresponding one inside my batch. I think he was in the house for less than 8 minutes, 9 minutes or less. And right, because look he parked his car at 4:08 and he's leaving at a high rate of speed at 4:20 and 47 seconds. No, it's not 4:04. So he parked his car, he drove around the corner at 4:07 and 47 seconds. He parked at 4:08. I think he entered the house maybe at like 4:11 ish, goes upstairs, does what he does, Xana, and I think he's out of there. I think he's only in the house for 6 minutes. I think that's the reality of this. And law enforcement did a walkthrough timing and said 2 to 4 minutes. So I'm adding 2 minutes. And you go from like 11 to 18, maybe 7 minutes total. He was out of there. Yeah, so he parked at 4:08. But I think he got into the house, maybe just before 4:12, so like 4:10 or 11, he's upstairs. And, you know, even if he parked at 4:08, he's likely not in the house unless he sprinted until like 4:09, right? Yeah, so I mean, that would be the earliest. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Protected 8627. His eyebrows were in the house for 20 minutes, though, Zozo. Yeah, they were when he was doing his laps on Walenta Drive, his eyebrows were already in there. Yeah. It's got to be hard for them wondering what was going on in their minds. Yeah, I just think it sucks what the family is having to go through here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think about what the victims were thinking about. I think Madison and Ethan had less suffering. I think Kaylee and Xana realized the full fear and horror of a situation like that. Those two felt like Libby and Abby felt, but for a less amount of time. Libby and Abby had to walk knowing that this guy was going to do something for 20, they were alive for 15, 20 minutes. And then one saw the other friend die. I mean, it was just a nightmare. And those kids were 13 and 14. Now, we don't know if she did or not. Is that in the documents, Miranda? I'd like to see the video. Yes, what? Let's see. The DoorDash driver turned her cell phone camera on. I mean, I've heard people reporting on that. I just haven't seen it anywhere. Her boyfriend said something like that, right? Yeah, well. I hope Dylan can recover psychologically from this. It's got to be tough on her. Yeah, well, when we covered the Rex Heuermann case, we'll do it the same way. All the mapping, everybody will know everything. Be really simple. Hey, it's Lillian. What's going on, Lillian? We didn't get one. Well, we did. We got Lisa Valenzuela. Got me my coffee tonight. All right. Oh, so Sylvester did send me the document. So he did it the right way. Thank you, Sylvester. I didn't see that. You sent it to me after I think I already got it in there. So thank you, though. Yeah, they did. That's in the documents now. Dylan heard somebody scream and then say somebody's here. So that's in the documents. We read it last night. So there you go. For all the people who say that over and over and over and over again. Hey, thanks, Lillian, for the PayPal. Now we're going to take off now, though. I've been on here for 4 hours and 8 minutes. How is that for a marathon live stream? So thanks, Sandy Shirley, FSC figure skating coach, Shay 53010, or 5, Leanne Bell, Jody H, Dixie Hippie, the mom of Carson Hockey, Allie Cake, Michelle H, Kathy Crow, Wise Child, Richard Watts, Moxie Drapo, Millennial Has Questions, Terry 6624, member for 44 months, CRR gifted 5. And then Van Dandale, Michelle H again, then KK DK new member, Monica Reeves, Beth Realtor, then 2 cents. Dixie Hippie gifted 1. CR gifted 5 again. So CR gifted 10 memberships. That's very kind. Thank you so much. Love Boston gifted 1. Then Stephanie Sprague. Then Stephanie Sprague gifted a membership after signing up for Oogla Boogla again. Then Dixie Hippie, Van Dandale, Right Meow. Then we had M10, Case Cracked, Hilson, let's see, Hilson House of Crazy. Hilson House of Crazy. Justin Gale. Then we had I Gifted 5. Then we had UQ Criminal. Then A Crying Shame. Then Dirt Bike Pastrana. A Crying Shame again. Then we had Chris KU something. I mean, these names are just so crazy. Then Zozo. 65 months of pure hell, she said, with their little crying face. Then M10. I was talking about Murphy. You know, probably is more important than I give it credit for. I don't know. And Love Boston gifted a membership. Then Mark Willis gifted 5. Then Emily Marie became a new member. And then Kim, Not Your Cup of Tea, did a cat eye donation. And then Lorianne right there at the end. Then we had the Lisa Valenzuela coffee. And then the Nancy and Lillian PayPal. Yeah. I hope you come around more, Lillian. All right. Brian went crazy in that short amount of time. Yeah, he went absolutely nuts. He's a freaking monster. You know, in some ways, it's like, I think the plea agreement sort of saved the family. Can you imagine having it be your family member and seeing those pictures of 3, like, every one of those kids was good looking and beautiful, right? So it's like now their faces are completely, I mean, just, I don't think I'd want to see that. That would be the last thing you remember. All the smiles they had over the years you'd forget about. You'd remember that sight. And so I think it's good. I think you know, I mean, I would be more like Steve is or whatever, but and maybe Bill Thompson, you know, in some way has it right, you know. Like he got it so he can't appeal. He's in there forever. He's became a nobody, basically. And the family doesn't have to go through hell looking at those photographs. And knowing that other people have seen them too. I think and I think they probably saw the damage it did to the police officers. And they needed to get psychological help. So what do you think it would do to a family? Seeing their own kids in that state. Man, that'd be brutal. Hey, by the way, did you guys like the live stream tonight? Hey, let's do a poll. Let's see what happens. We'll get the troll count in here. Did you like the live stream tonight? That's a risky poll question. But here it goes, everybody. There it is. See how many we get we'll get a lot of no's. We usually get some of those. But they watch anyways, you know. Yep, see, we got some trolls showing up. Let's see, we got 2 trolls now. 3, 2, 2, 2. So we got 25. I know people go, Gray, you're rude, but I don't feel like it. I feel like it gets so in the chat just crazy that I've got to be like, hey, you guys, listen, this is nuts, you know. It's wild, you know. If you're and by the way, if you're trying to help, send the document. You know, just saying something, we don't do that here. You know, we don't post, oh, look what somebody said. Ooh, it's fact now. We got to have the actual information. All right, cool. So let's see, we've got at least 10 trolls in here tonight so far. They watch my show every day, hoping there'll be something they can cut and splice and say something. Yep, he's an official incel for the rest of his life. I do have a whole nother folder to go through, folder and a half. See what we can find in those. Maybe we'll do that for tomorrow. And then I think at some point you're going to get some guests that come on. I mean, what don't we know now? I mean, right now there's a lot of stuff that's out there. Yeah, they watch anyway. So thanks for the view, trolls. Appreciate it. So we got 54 votes. So that would be, so out of it was 100, there'd be 15. All right, so right now we've got 15 trolls count. So it'll probably get higher. And then there's people that when they watch live streams, it has to be so perfect. It has to be, oh, see, Gray, look at how these other shows, they accept these other. I just do it my way because I like to get to the heart and meat of a case. I don't like, and then later on you can fill it in with the other stuff. But a lot of people want you to start with the fluff and the like wild speculation, and that's just not the way to do it at all. What you do is you start off like, what can we count on as a fact here? Sometimes you have to use news articles and rely on them, and sometimes those news articles are wrong, but they're the closest you're going to get at first. And then when the probable cause documents start coming out, then you can start laying down that stuff, and then you start thinking outside of that narrow box, and then you're going to be close to what happened. That's how it works. Yeah, I've asked for the well, not, I don't know if I asked for the interrogation. I asked for everything from Pennsylvania. Well, thanks, Lillian. Some people do. Some people do. All right. Well, we'll end the poll now so that I don't have to go to bed feeling. 86% is pretty good, though. I'll take that. What do you guys think? Isn't 86% pretty good? Should have been 100, but 86% is absolutely acceptable. Yeah, I want to see the body cam of arrest, too, where he's in the kitchen. With his surgical gloves on. I mean, come on. That'd be crazy. Let's see. I mean, obviously, I'm not perfect when I do these shows. You know, sometimes I get, worked up and like, but I'm not like angry. I'm just like, come on, you guys, let's get the, we're just trying to get stuff done. But this is just me, so, I guess if you don't like me, you don't like me. It's hard you can't change yourself when you're my age. Like, I mean, I can change in terms of, like, I don't have to say certain things and whatever. I'm trying on that, but, it's not easy. Plus, people like me the way I am. So then you offend the people that like that. Remember, he was in the kitchen with his gloves on, surgical gloves, separating the trash. Remember that? Because he was actually separating his own trash. Oh, you watched every minute. Awesome. Bandana. Anybody new here watching that liked the stream, that you watched the whole stream? Anybody new? I think we did some incredible stuff tonight. I think I explained the location where he may have buried the knife better. I think I went over especially the DoorDash information. It absolutely is crazy how everything is lined up now, and it even explains the guy walking behind 500 Queen Road at about 350. I think he's the guy driving the tan vehicle. He's probably walking back to his car, and he left. And he probably went back home like a back way, because maybe he had something to drink. So he went back on Olanta Drive, and he's one of the two cars that went south at like 351 and 2. 350. I think he's the one at 352, and Kohberger's car is the 351. Yeah, that was pretty sweet, wasn't it? The DoorDash one. And, you know, I try to augment it with my 360-degree videos. I mean, this thing is really valuable, don't you guys think? I mean, this thing is... Look right at the end, too, for those of you maybe here that you haven't seen this stuff. Let me just show you right here at the end, once it gets moving again. Yeah, so this is where, when you're going behind 500... This is 500 Queen Road, and back there is, that's 1112 King Road is that house right back there. So when he would drive around, he'd come back here. I'm just showing this to people who haven't seen this. This is what the car would do. And by the way, that spot that we were just talking about earlier where the witness said they saw this guy walking around, that's just right over there. You know, there's a street right over there that's Linda Lane, and that's where that was. And if they came in this area, they would have came through right here by this telephone pole. Instead of jumping over that wall, they would walk right through here and come up there. So this is what the car was doing. It drove around back here, and then it came through this little area. And this is the same place that I guess the police officers, when they're doing their routes, would come back here too, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Like walking up a...
And no, those aren't what those are on the surveillance camera. They match up perfectly with the white Elantra. And then he drove right over here, like this. And then, for those who haven't seen this before, at 4:07 and 47 seconds, and on every other pass as well at various times, when the car came around, right here, the headlights hit the top of that building right over there, this building right there. See that? It would hit that building, and it was picked up on 1112 King Road camera. So when the car would come around, it would hit there, and it did that at 4:07 and 47 seconds as it's turning, and then it parked somewhere over here. You know, somewhere right around in this area. Yeah, probably pretty close to... Wow, this is pretty cool. I'm walking over here. So this is where I parked. I think if you parked a little bit more to the left, you might see, but right here, you can see right into the window. And this might be where the DoorDash parked, because see right down there, there's the patio. Easy. You can just see it right there. Very simple. So the patio's right down there, and she decided to then drive back around to the front. So she was in the front, the back, then the front. So there you go, you guys. You got to see the people who haven't been here before. You saw something new. No, because he couldn't have been there at that time when. So you got to go by what the surveillance is saying. What his white Elantra is doing, right? Because he's in his car the whole time. The only time he may have gotten out of his car is on loop number 1, which is right around 3:30 something, because he parks for over like a minute 30. So I guess it's possible he got out of his car at that time. Wouldn't that be interesting if that's the time that Murphy was being walked outside and he ran up the hill and was like, hey, and then, oh, wow. That would be trippy. I got to be honest with you. That would be weird. I don't want to, this is a case I don't really care if I don't want to see the crime scene photos. I'd be absolutely pissed off if they make it out into the public. You know, that's just too much for the family to have to deal with. I mean, that's what sucks for Travis Alexander. You know, you see his photograph out there with his head almost cut off, and you know, it's just stupid. But anyways, I want to say thanks everybody for being here tonight. Appreciate it. I hope that you show up again. All the freaks that are normally here or will be here. I appreciate all of you guys. And thanks for reaching the goal tonight. That was pretty cool. We're coming into the end of the month, and we'll see what we can do. May come here on the last day of the month. We have our last sort of push on donation night, and then donate to various true crime related charities. We've already given out $500 this month. I think it was to the charity for the 3 girls. It might have been Ethan's Smile, though. I don't remember. You know, they have this new Starbucks, like, Twix flavor. It's pretty good. All right. Anyways. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. And who knows what tomorrow will bring. But if you hear something crazy like these guys said earlier, let me know. Because I obviously missed that by not scrolling down far enough on that first document. Sorry about that. And thanks for letting me know. And getting me to the actual document. That's the key. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Uh-oh, no sound. Oh, there we go. Oh, the bunny. You're a trigger bunny, honey. You ain't funny. You're a dummy. Not just a bunny. Where's the other audio? Why isn't that playing? It's full blast. I can see it right there. Look at that. It's full blast right there and it's not playing. Weird. Huh. Gonna have to go look for that. Yeah, it's right there. Well, anyways, for some reason the rap's not playing. Let's try that again. No. You can see it playing right there. Isn't that weird? See that? Media source 2. Oh man, that was an old. That thing's from like 2 months old. That
and during this whole time,
that chart we haven't used that for so long.
That is a crime dissector.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector.
Now we gotta play it.
Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grader's gonna give another lecture. Crime.
That was cool. I actually, you could see that was like $10,000 the channel's made since whenever that was. We used to keep track of. Remember that with the we'd have that little bar that would have the numbers on it. This right here is Lori Daybell, you guys. So just keep that in mind when you're watching this. That's Lori Daybell.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Gonna get
3 months ago.
On a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grader's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all. Just remember, I have a temple fucking check, y'all. I have no agenda. I'm a pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without a blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal a true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody?
That sounds like garbage, Mary Lou. What are you doing?
What do you mean it sounds like garbage? Gray, I try so hard.
I was thinking when Mary Lou was crying there, it reminded me of the me being on Court TV. Ooh.
It did sound like that, didn't it?
It sure did, Mary Lou. It sure did. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you later. Be safe out there.
Bring around the
rosy, a pocket full of posies.
Bring around the rose. Ring around.
Got my Halloween sounds coming. There we go. That's a little happier, right?
Correct.
Right, I know it was correct. All right. See you guys.